Chapter 492. The 10th floor of the Heavenly Sword Tower lit up, indicating that a challenger had entered the 10th floor. Under normal circumstances, the 99 floors of the Heavenly Sword Tower were dark, but as long as someone entered, the floor would light up. Compared to the other floors, it was very conspicuous. Why is this person so slow? Hurry up and fail the challenge. I still have to challenge. Because Chu Mu's challenge speed was slow, some swordsmen were dissatisfied. It couldn't be helped. The Heavenly Sword Tower had such a rule. There could only be one challenger at a time. This was the rule set by the spirit of the Sword Tower. Even sword saints couldn't change it. After all, the Heavenly Sword Tower was the home of the spirit of the Sword Tower. The rules it set had to be followed. It didn't matter if you were a sword saint. It didn't give you face. It was said that until now, no one had seen the spirit of the Sword Tower, and no one had spoken to it. There were a few sword saints who personally came here to talk to the spirit of the Sword Tower, but the spirit of the Sword Tower ignored them. No matter what they said, it ignored them. In the end, it seemed that the spirit of the Sword Tower was impatient. The Heavenly Sword Tower erupted with a powerful energy and directly sent the sword saints flying. Since then, no one dared to look for trouble. Sword saints were the top power in the ancient sword continent. After all, the sword god was just a legend. No one knew if it really existed. Even sword saints couldn't help, so the other swordsmen could only wait obediently. At this moment, Chu Mu was hated by others, who told him to challenge so slowly. The time he took to pass each floor was more than twice as long as others. This guy must be bitterly holding on now. He's in a very sorry state. He should be killed soon, someone said sarcastically. Not only this person, but most of the other swordsmen also had the same thought. But the reality was the opposite. It was as if the spirit of the Sword Tower was against them. The 10th floor darkened in anticipation, and the next moment, the 11th floor lit up in disbelief. Following that, there was another long wait before the 11th floor darkened again. Dead, he's definitely dead. The 12th floor lit up. It was as if he wanted to oppose them to the end. Every time they thought that the challenger was about to be killed and sent out of the Heavenly Sword Tower, the next level would light up. As time passed, the 20th level of the Heavenly Sword Pagoda lit up. Those swordsmen who were secretly cursing Chu Mu to be killed almost vomited blood. Is this guy doing this on purpose? Motherf asterisk her. When he comes out, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. A fierce-looking swordsman said angrily, looking incomparably ferocious. On the 20th floor of the Heavenly Sword Tower, Chu Mu was besieged by 20 powerful virtual swordsmen. The 20 powerful virtual swordsmen were extremely fast, displaying their body movements to the fullest. The sword light flashed, and the sword shadows crisscrossed. Every sword attack contained a horrifying mutated mentality and powerful sword intent, which had shocking lethality. If one was hit by a sword attack, one would die for sure. Swish, 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 swish. Every sword light cut through the air, sharp to the extreme. The sword light was either straight or curved, each with its own unique characteristics. Some sword light even lashed out like a long whip, some sword light was like an endless torrent of water, and some sword light condensed into a single point, but had an astonishing sharpness. The 20 different sword light seemed chaotic, but in fact, they were seamlessly coordinated. Every blind spot was swept past. Even if two sword light collided with each other, they would not cancel each other out. Instead, they would be refracted, forming an inescapable net. Chu Mu was in the middle of these seemingly endless and terrifying sword light. He was like a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea that could be smashed to pieces by the huge waves at any time. The flying swan illusory steps had been executed to the extreme, and there was even a hint of transcendence. When Chu Mu broke through to the flying swan illusory steps, it was defined as having 3 levels. The overall characteristic was that it was light, fast, and elegant. The characteristic of the first level was that it seemed motionless, but was actually moving. The characteristic of the second level was that it seemed to be advancing, retreating, advancing, and retreating. The characteristic of the third level was that it alternated between reality and illusion, changing unpredictably. Chu Mu's concept of clouds turning into the concept of illusion and reality had a certain connection with the third level of the Flying Swan illusory steps. Chu Mu had already practiced the Flying Swan illusory steps to the third level and combined it with the concept of illusion and reality. He had reached perfection. And now, after going through the challenges of each level of the Heavenly Sword Pagoda and entering the ethereal realm under high pressure, he constantly used the Flying Swan illusory steps to dodge or counterattack with his sword techniques. This caused the Flying Swan illusory steps to continuously improve, and there was already a hint of breaking away from the shackles of the Flying Swan illusory steps. However, at this moment, Chu Mu had entered the ethereal realm and did not notice at all. Now that he was under high pressure, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to dodge and counterattack. The 20 powerful virtual swordsmen, under their tacit cooperation, displayed a terrifying power. Hypothetically speaking, if these 20 powerful virtual swordsmen did not cooperate well, Chu Mu was confident that he could easily defeat them one by one without consuming too much energy. However, after the 20 powerful virtual swordsmen cooperated well, Chu Mu was unable to defeat them one by one. When he slashed at one of them with a sure kill momentum, he was indeed 100% sure that he could kill the target, but at the same time he would be attacked by at least 3 swords or more. Although this kind of attack was not as powerful as sword techniques, it was enough to be fatal. Think about it, every sword was condensed with terrifying sword aura, as well as tyrannical concept of variation and sword intent. Once stabbed, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. It was conceivable that under the attacks of such terrifying opponents, once he was injured and his movements were affected, he would most likely not be able to last long and would be killed. The challenge would be a failure. Therefore, Chu Mu had to constantly dodge and find the best opportunity to counterattack. As the number of opponents increased, it became harder and harder to seize the opportunity. In addition, Chu Mu intended to hone his footwork and swordsmanship, so the time dragged on even longer. Up, down, left, right, front, and back, Chu Mu's figure was like a butterfly, shuttling through the endless sword light. He was also like a wisp of smoke, changing constantly and could dissipate at any time, causing the sword light to miss. The 20 powerful virtual swordsmen did not have human emotions and were in a state of absolute calmness at all times. Therefore, even if their swords did not hit Chu Mu, they would not have any impatience. They just kept attacking with their swords, becoming fiercer and fiercer. After all, the spirit of the Sword Pagoda was not omnipotent. It could create powerful virtual swordsmen, but it was limited to the Heavenly Sword Pagoda. Moreover, it could not create human emotions. No matter which world it was, human emotions had always been the most complicated and unpredictable thing. Finally, Chu Mu found the best opportunity. With a slash of his sword, he cut off the head of a powerful virtual swordsman. His figure flashed, and he dodged 4 sword light. Of the 20 powerful virtual swordsmen, only 19 were left. Their tacit cooperation was disrupted. Although they immediately adjusted in less than 3 breaths, another one died under Chu Mu's sword. This was one of the weaknesses of the virtual swordsmen. Once one died, they had to adjust their cooperation. After all, their cooperation was based on the whole. However, it took some time for them to adjust. Even if it was just 1 breath, it was enough for Chu Mu, who had amazing combat talent, to react. In 3 breaths, the number of virtual swordsmen that died under Chu Mu's sword reached 3. The weakness of these virtual swordsmen began to show. Every time one died, they had to adjust again. Each adjustment took some time, which gave Chu Mu the best opportunity to defeat them one by one. Not long after, the 21st level of the Heavenly Sword Pagoda lit up, Those swordsmen who hoped that Chu Mu would be killed quickly were disappointed once again. Of course, there were also those who were full of interest and even anticipation. 22nd level, 23rd level, 24th level. Although the challenge time for each level was very long, making it hard to endure, and there were even some swordsmen who didn't want to wait any longer and directly left, Chu Mu still resolutely passed through level after level. There would be one more virtual swordsman on each level. Their combined strength was not as simple as adding one. One level after another. 25th level, 26th level, 27th level. The swordsmen who were still waiting stared at the shining 27th level of the Heavenly Sword Pagoda with wide eyes. Their faces were filled with disbelief and shock. 27th level. Such a result was enough to enter the top 10 of the Heavenly Sword ranking. Although they had seen Chu Mu's sword well before and knew that it had reached 21%, it was not a problem for him to enter the top 10. But Chu Mu's challenge speed was too slow, and they had another thought. That was that Chu Mu's comprehension was very high. His sword was only at 21%, but his battle talent was average. That was why his challenge speed was so slow. Therefore, many people gave Chu Mu an estimate in their hearts that he would probably reach the 20th level or, at most, the 24th level. They did not expect that Chu Mu not only passed the 24th level, but also reached the 27th level. Instantly, everyone was shocked. They almost forgot to breathe as they stared at the 27th level of the Heavenly Sword Pagoda, not daring to make a sound. They did not have any thoughts of Chu Mu failing his challenge. Instead, they wanted Chu Mu to continue challenging and reach the 28th level, and then the 29th level. Not long after, the 27th level dimmed. A breath of time seemed to be as long as a year. The 28th level lit up like a lighthouse in the darkness. Many swordsmen were very excited. /iron. With the cooperation of the 28 powerful virtual swordsmen, the power was many times stronger than on the 20th level. Chu Mu found the best opportunity to kill them one by one. But these swordsmen's adjustment time was getting shorter and shorter. After Chu Mu killed all 28 powerful virtual swordsmen, he was also severely injured and was on the verge of death. Fortunately, before entering the 29th level, he had fully recovered from his injuries and had fully recovered. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 493. Level 29. He made it to level 29. The swordsmen in front of the Heavenly Sword Tower were extremely excited and shouted loudly. Most of them were swordsmen born and bred in the central main sword domain. It might not be a big deal during normal times, but when faced with competition between sword domains, their sense of belonging would become very strong. Originally, the first place of the Heavenly Sword Hero ranking was Zhu Wudao, second place was Yan Juyo, and third place was Gu Jianghe. Although the three of them came from different backgrounds and had different experiences, it was undeniable that they were all from the central main sword domain since birth. But now there was a powerful sword hero from the overseas sword domain, Zhong Qingtian, who had not moved for 3 years, in his first attempt at the Heavenly Sword Tower and defeated Zhu Wudao, who had not moved for 3 years. He directly took first place and forced Zhu Wudao to second place. Didn't this mean that Zhong Qingtian's strength surpassed all the sword hero level swordsmen in the central main sword domain? Next, the 3 sword hero kings from the western sword domain, southern sword domain, and northern sword domain also challenged the Heavenly Sword Tower for the first time. They directly occupied the original 5th to 7th place. These 3 people were also sword heroes from the central main sword domain. It felt like a slap to the face, one slap after another. It was burning and painful, but they could not retaliate. Should they retaliate? Of course. How could they retaliate? Of course, they would challenge the Heavenly Sword Tower and defeat them. The Heavenly Sword Tower mainly challenged the battle talent of the swordsmen. Battle talent meant that one was suitable for battle and had a good grasp of all one's abilities. One could use one's strength to the most suitable place and defeat the strong as the weak. This was also why the virtual swordsmen arranged by the Heavenly Sword Tower were so powerful. In terms of cultivation level, concept, sword intent, and so on, they were not inferior to the challengers. And why the challengers could kill them one by one and challenge level by level. It was because the battle talent of the virtual swordsman was fixed. It was a standard that the spirit of the sword tower had collected countless swordsmen and represented the average battle talent level of the swordsman. If the challenger's combat talent was above this standard, they would naturally have the strength to defeat their opponent. If the challenger's combat talent was below this standard, they would only be defeated by their opponent. Zhong Qingtian's combat talent was undoubtedly terrifying. That was why he could reach the 31st level, even though he was killed shortly after entering the 31st level and failed the challenge. With Zhong Qingtian's strength, other than first-rate swordsmen like Zhu Wudao and Yan Zhuyo, no one else dared to dream of competing with him. As for the sword hero kings from the North, South, and South Sword domains, there were people who could compete, but there were very few of them. Now that they saw the 29th level of the Heavenly Sword Tower light up, they knew that Chu Mu had passed the 28th level and entered the 29th level. Such a result had already surpassed the sword hero kings of the South, North, and West sword domains. At the very least, he could rank 5th and perhaps even challenge Gu Jianghe. However, less than 30 breaths of time after the 29th level lit up, it suddenly dimmed, as though a flame had been extinguished. Immediately after, a figure flew out from the Heavenly Sword Pagoda and landed safely. It was Chu Mu. Chu Mu's eyes flashed with shock. He didn't expect that, although the 29th level only had one more virtual swordsman than the 28th level, their combined strength would increase threefold. After he had been forced to kill a virtual swordsman, his left arm was chopped off, and he lost his balance for a moment. After barely killing another virtual swordsman, he was killed by several sword light. Although he didn't use the dual sword technique, Chu Mu was sure that even if he used Desheng's dual sword technique, it would most likely be difficult to pass the 29th level and enter the 30th level. Moreover, the Heavenly Sword Pagoda wasn't limited to one challenge. Every swordsman only had one chance to challenge it every day. Chu Mu wasn't in a hurry to use all his strength. He was thinking, if he didn't use moon slashing, then could he use a swordsman's ultimate sword technique? After all, swordsmen belonged to Earth, and there were only swordsmen on the ancient sword continent. No matter how powerful the spirit of the sword pagoda was, it shouldn't know about swordsmen. Iron Slash and Spot Kill were both swordsmen's sword techniques, and they were different from swordsmen's. If he used them, would the spirit of the sword pagoda also allow the virtual swordsman to have a similar ultimate sword technique? Chu Mu wasn't sure because he hadn't tried it before. Wouldn't it be better if the spirit of the sword pagoda can also allow the virtual swordsman to have a similar ultimate sword technique after I display the swordsman's ultimate sword technique? Chu Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. Creating the two ultimate sword techniques, Iron Slash and Spot Kill, was partly due to Chu Mu's accumulation and partly due to coincidence. It was extremely difficult to create a third technique. However, if he could see different ultimate sword techniques, it would be best to experience them personally. Only then would he have a better chance of creating a third ultimate sword technique. Chu Mu was very clear about the power of a swordsman's ultimate sword technique. When used at the right time, it wouldn't be inferior to moon slashing. As for whether Chu Mu would be instantly killed by the virtual swordsman if the spirit of the sword pagoda really had such an ability, it wasn't within the scope of his consideration. It's out. 5th place. Chu Mu, his name is Chu Mu. Sword hero Zheng Qian, a clamor of discussion rang out. Chu Mu turned around and saw that on the Heavenly Sword Grand ranking, a mysterious energy was condensing a name, shining with golden light. Chu Mu, sword hero Zheng Tian, one day 29 levels. Anything less than a day counted as a day. Chu Mu was also amazed by the magic of the Heavenly Sword Pagoda. One had to know that he hadn't reported his name or identity, but now the Heavenly Sword Hero ranking had appeared. "May I ask which sword sect you are from?" a swordsman at the side asked after giving Chu Mu a sword salute with a respectful expression. "Fifth place. Such a sword hero, as long as he didn't die prematurely, would definitely achieve great things in the future. He might even be another sort of Gojosian. Even if they couldn't befriend him, at least they couldn't be enemies. The necessary respect was necessary." Many swordsmen around also stared at Chu Mu, waiting for Chu Mu's reply. Their thoughts were similar to those of the swordsman who had asked. Chu Mu should be a disciple from some sword sect in the central main sword domain, or a swordsman who had obtained some amazing legacy. "I'm from the eastern sword domain." Chu Mu swept a glance, smiled slightly, and said, Eastern sword domain." These swordsmen's expressions changed drastically as they shrieked. Chu Mu ignored them. He only glanced at the pitch-black Heavenly Sword Pagoda and thought to himself that he had gained a lot this time. He strode down the mountain, leaving behind a group of people who were in a daze. At this time, the sky had just begun to brighten, indicating that Chu Mu had spent almost an entire night challenging the Heavenly Sword Pagoda. Chu Mu used the secret flying technique, Heaven Traversing Flight. His speed was extremely fast, and he quickly flew in the direction of Heavenly Sword Town. He needed to have some peace and quiet to properly organize his gains from challenging the Heavenly Sword Pagoda, and then absorb and transform them into his own ability. Not long after, Chu Mu arrived at Heavenly Sword Town. However, he didn't directly go to Xiao Qianfeng's hiding place. Instead, he found an inn in Heavenly Sword Town and booked a room for the time being. In the room of the inn, Chu Mu sat cross-legged on the bed and began to reflect. From the challenge on the first floor to the second and third floor, Chu Mu remembered the battles on every floor clearly. It was as if he had challenged them in the exact same way. Time passed little by little. Gradually it was nearing noon, but Chu Mu was still reflecting. The higher the challenge, the longer the time and the greater the difficulty. There were more areas worth reflecting on, and naturally the gains would also increase. The biggest improvement in the challenges of the Heavenly Sword Pagoda was in swordsmanship and footwork. You had to have sufficiently sharp, powerful, and profound swordsmanship to ensure that you could kill the powerful virtual swordsman that was working together. You had to have sufficiently flexible footwork to ensure that you could survive under the swords of the powerful virtual swordsman that was working together. Swordsmanship and footwork were both indispensable. It wasn't until dusk that Chu Mu slowly opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, it was as if there were countless human figures crisscrossing within the world of his pupils. Countless sword flashes flew by, appearing extremely chaotic yet sharp. It was like an illusion that only existed for a moment. Chu Mu's pupils became dark and deep, and all the figures and sword light no longer existed. He exhaled heavily, and the sound of wind and thunder suddenly sounded in the guest room, whistling. In the next breath, Chu Mu's body didn't move at all. Instead, he lightly floated up from the bed. Following that, his 2 feet stepped into the air, and like a feather he floated around the room, gracefully, elegantly, and without a sound. It felt as if Chu Mu had lost all his weight and was constantly floating in the small guest room. In the beginning, he was still a little mechanical, but as time passed, he gradually became smooth and flexible, changing constantly. After a while, when Chu Mu's figure was about to fall, his feet stepped out again. It was as if he was stepping on air, and he floated in the guest room again. His figure was like a ghost, alternating between left and right, up and down. After about 7 minutes, Chu Mu turned around, returned to the bed, and sat down cross-legged. His sitting posture was exactly the same as before, as if he had never moved. This has already surpassed the level of the flying swan illusory steps. Chu Mu's brows were deep in thought, and he muttered to himself, "If that's the case, then let's make it a brand new footwork technique. Its name shall be inverse space of Ichi." However, the current inverse space of Ichi is only the tip of the iceberg, and to use it, it consumes a lot of sword chi. I can't use it casually, and I still need to slowly think about it in the future. Taking out the Tianhuang stone, Chu Mu began to cultivate, absorbing the desolate chi within the Tianhuang stone to replenish the Tianhuang sword chi that he had consumed. When Chu Mu finished replenishing the Tianhuang sword chi, it was already late at night outside, and the lights were brightly lit. Getting up, Chu Mu finished paying and left the inn. Relying on his powerful memory, he walked into a small alley and then walked quickly. With a whoosh, he disappeared in a flash, making people think that it was an illusion. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 494. 2 days later, Xiao Qianfeng's injuries were completely healed. His entire body was like an unsheathed sword, emitting a shocking sharpness. His eyes were filled with a strong murderous intent. And Chu Mu had also gained a lot in these 2 days of quiet cultivation. His swordsmanship had improved, and his inverse space steps had been slightly perfected. Boss Xiao, Boss Chu, is now famous. Xiaoyu, who had just returned, exclaimed in surprise, "What's the matter?" Xiao Qianfeng asked. "Boss Chu is ranked 5th on the Heavenly Sword Hero ranking," Xiaoyu exclaimed. He had gone out to gather information, and in the end he had heard rumors about Chu Mu. Zhen Tian Sword Master Chu Mu, ranked 5th on the Heavenly Sword Hero ranking. No wonder Xiaoyu was so surprised. In fact, when he had first heard the news, he had even thought that he was hallucinating. Although Xiao Qianfeng had said that Chu Mu was very strong and definitely not below him, Xiaoyu had his own thoughts. No matter what, Xiao Qianfeng and Chu Mu had not met for many years. According to Xiao Qianfeng, when they had separated, their cultivation levels had not even reached the Qi transformation realm. And now they were both in the Qi Sea realm. The difference was huge. These years, Chu Mu had always been in the Eastern Sword domain. Although Xiaoyu had not been to the Eastern Sword domain, from some books and Xiao Qianfeng's words, he knew that the Eastern Sword domain's cultivation environment was far from comparable to the Central Sword domain. It was at least 10 times worse. Thus, Xiaoyu instinctively thought that even if Chu Mu was stronger than him, he would not be too strong. It was already very good for him to be ranked in the top 30 of the Heavenly Sword Hero ranking. Who would have thought that Chu Mu would place 5th in his first attempt at the Heavenly Sword Tower? His ranking was even higher than Xiao Qianfeng's. Didn't this mean that Chu Mu's strength was above Xiao Qianfeng's? After confirming it over and over again, Xiaoyu even personally rushed to the peak of Heaven Pass Mountain to see Chu Mu's ranking on the Heavenly Sword Hero roll with his own eyes. After listening to the discussions of other swordsmen and asking about the appearance of this Zhen Tian sword hero, he was finally sure that this was the Chu Mu he knew. Could it be that Boss Xiao and Boss Chu come from an extraordinary sect? You couldn't help but think to himself, if Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng knew what Xiaoyu was thinking, they would definitely laugh out loud. The Azure Edge Sword sect was only a very weak sect in the Eastern Sword domain. If it was placed in the Central Sword domain, it would be like a drop of water in the vast ocean. At this moment, Chu Mu walked in. "Junior brother, you've become stronger," Xiao Qianfeng said. Chu Mu was startled at first, but when he saw Xiaoyu's expression, he understood. "Senior brother, what's the plan?" Chu Mu asked. "I'm still too weak now. I can't go against the entire Heaven's Burial Sword sect," Xiao Qianfeng said indifferently. The murderous intent in his eyes grew clearer. "However, I can't change my cultivation path because of the Heaven's Burial Sword sect. I have to accumulate enough strength before breaking through. Therefore, before I have enough strength to go against the entire Heaven's Burial Sword sect, I can still kill the disciples of the Heaven's Burial Sword sect. Senior brother, you're wrong, Chu Mu said with a slight smile. What's wrong? Xiao Qianfeng was startled. Xia Yu also looked at Chu Mu in confusion. Not you, but us, Chu Mu said, his tone becoming calm. How can such a thing happen without me? Boss Xiao, Boss Chu is right. You can't leave us out, Xia Yu hurriedly said. Xiao Qianfeng looked deeply at Chu Mu and Xia Yu, then nodded. All right, then let the three of us work together and make the Heaven's Burial Sword sect suffer a great loss. Boss Xiao, I've already calculated, Xia Yu hurriedly said. The night 2 days later will be the darkest night in 10 years. It's the most suitable night for us to attack. What's the darkest night? Chu Mu was curious. Xia Yu explained it to him. The so-called darkest night referred to an incomparably deep night, and it was even longer than a normal night. One had to know that for a swordsman who had reached a certain level of cultivation, there wasn't much difference between day and night. It was just that during the night they needed to be more focused. However, the darkest night that happened once every 10 years was different. During the darkest night, even an Origin Realm swordsman's vision would be greatly affected. It would become as blurry as an ordinary person at dawn. Once it was more than 10 meters away, it would be even harder to see clearly. I've cultivated a night technique. The darkest night won't affect me much, Xiao Qianfeng said. Senior brother Xiao, don't worry. I have the same ability, Chu Mu said with a smile. Perfect vision, swordsman, wasn't simple either. I don't. Xia Yu said with a bitter face. Xia Yu, we're only going to attack at night. When the time comes, just stay here and wait for us to return, Chu Mu said. Xia Yu's strength wasn't strong. He was only an ordinary sword master. Adding on the characteristics of the darkest night, Xia Yu wouldn't be able to do anything. Instead, he might even become a burden. He knew this, so he could only nod. In the next 2 days, Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng did their best to adjust their condition and make all kinds of preparations to ensure that nothing would go wrong. 2 days later, the sun had just set. The sky quickly darkened. Originally, it would take more than 4 hours to reach midnight. However, in less than an hour, it was already late at night. Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng waited patiently. This was because right now it was only the equivalent of a normal night. It was far from enough. In the blink of an eye, another 4 hours had passed. At this time, the night was already very dark. Even the light of the luminous pearl couldn't disperse much of the darkness. It was only like the light of a small candle. It was rather weak. Let's go, Xiao Qianfeng said. His eyes flickered with traces of golden luster in this dark night. Chu Mu nodded. The two of them leaped and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Xia Yu stared with his eyes wide open. Other than darkness, he couldn't see anything. As expected of the once-in-a-decade darkest night, Chu Mu said to himself as he used his footwork. With his perfect vision swordsman, it was easier for him to see the night as day compared to other swordsmen. However, in this darkest night, it was greatly affected. 10 meters was relatively clear, but it wasn't as clear as daytime. After 10 meters, as the distance increased, his vision gradually became blurry. At 100 meters, it was basically impossible to see clearly. There was only a vague outline. After 100 meters, it was completely dark. Chu Mu didn't know how effective Xiao Qianfeng's eye technique was, but judging from his fast footwork, it shouldn't be too bad. Junior apprentice brother, the heaven-burying sword sect, is located 50 miles north of Tongtian town. There are a total of 10 Origin Realm swordsmen in the sect. Xiao Qianfeng's voice entered Chu Mu's ears. Among them, the sect leader, Zongtian Venerable, is at the complete Origin Realm and has the strength of a sword venerable. In addition, the Great Elder is also at the complete Origin Realm. It is said that he also has the strength of a sword venerable. As for the other 8 elders, 2 of them are at the Origin Realm. Deshang is at the Origin Realm. 4 of them are at the initial origin realm. The other 2 are new elders who are at the initial origin realm. In order to deal with the heaven-burying sword sect, Xiao Qianfeng had done a fairly comprehensive understanding of the sect. We are still no match for these people. Chumu said, "That's right. That's why we have to be careful and avoid them. However, they usually stay within the heaven-burying sword sect. We don't need to go too deep. We just need to ambush the heaven-burying sword sect disciples from the outside and cause them losses." Xiao Qianfeng said. Xiao Qianfeng's plan was very simple. He couldn't possibly break through to the 9th transformation realm and then use a few years to break through to the origin realm just to deal with the heaven-burying sword sect. Doing so would undoubtedly damage his own foundation. Therefore, while he was accumulating strength in the sword hero stage, he ambushed the heaven-burying sword sect disciples. On one hand, it was revenge. It would slowly weaken the heaven-burying sword sect strength and cause panic among the disciples. On the other hand, it was to hone his own sword Dao. Xiao Qianfeng had inherited the lifeless sword Dao, which was a branch of the Azura sword Dao. It was a sword Dao whose essence was slaughter. Only in slaughter could it shine brightly. As for Chu Mu, other than helping Xiao Qianfeng, his sword Dao philosophy was that the sword is a weapon and the sword arts are the art of slaughter. Similarly, he could improve his sword Dao attainments through slaughter. As for the revenge of the heaven-burying sword sect, none of them cared. From the moment the heaven-burying sword sect attacked Xiao Qianfeng, it was destined that the enmity between them could only be washed away with blood. Other than the 10 origin realm swordsmen in the heaven-burying sword sect, it is said that there are more than 29th transformation realm swordsmen. Xiao Qianfeng continued. However, the 9th transformation realm swordsmen are usually in seclusion. They basically won't appear. Otherwise, once their lives are threatened, all their previous efforts will be wasted. Therefore, as long as we avoid the 10 origin realm swordsmen, there will be no opponents in the heaven-burying sword sect. Confidence, incomparable confidence, was revealed from Xiao Qianfeng's words. The heaven-burying sword sect master might have a powerful backer, but it was still a new sect that had only been established for a few decades. A sect wasn't made up of swordsmen. Perhaps a few decades could allow a swordsman to reach the origin realm. But for a sect in the central sword region, it was merely a new stage. It was like a growing child. Only after a few hundred years could a sect be considered to have a firm foothold and have a certain level of foundation. There wasn't a single swordsman from the heaven-burying sword sect in the top 100 of the heavenly sword ranking. Even if there were a few sword grandmasters among the Qi high swordsmen in the heaven-burying sword sect, Xiao Qianfeng firmly believed that they wouldn't be a match for him. Not to mention, there was still the even stronger Chu Mu. If the two of them worked together, they would definitely be able to turn the heaven-burying sword sect upside down. Not long after, Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng had already left heaven-burying town and were rapidly leaping towards the north. Under the darkness of the night, unless one was a swordsman who cultivated eye techniques, everyone else would be blind. Even light couldn't be emitted. Under such a night, heaven-burying town was unusually quiet. 50 li wasn't far for Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng, especially when there was no obstruction. Gradually, Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng could vaguely see the outline of a row of buildings. Their blood began to boil. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 495. The heaven-burying sword sect was located 50 miles north of Tongtian town. It was backed by a mountain range with a forest to the east and a valley to the west. The location was quite good. Normally, the disciples of the heaven-burying sword sect could enter the valley, forest, or mountain range to train and hunt the monsters inside. On one hand, they could increase their combat experience, and on the other hand, they could earn contribution points by hunting monsters. Tonight was a dark night. Early in the morning, the disciples of the heaven-burying sword sect, except for those who were on a long journey, had all returned to the sword sect. Because of this, they couldn't see their fingers in front of them, so they could only obediently stay in the sword sect. Of course, patrolling was still necessary. All the patrolling disciples were formed into a small patrol team of 10 people. Everyone carried a bright light pearl, and with the light from the 10 bright light pearls, they could still see things clearly within 10 meters. When Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng silently approached the heaven-burying sword sect, the light from the bright light pearls in the hands of the patrolling disciples was as eye-catching as fireflies in the dark. Junior Marshall Brother, why don't we split up and eliminate all the patrolling teams? Xiao Qianfeng sent a message. Okay. Chu Mu replied. The two of them immediately separated, as if they had become one with the night. For this night attack, they had changed into black robes. In this kind of night, even if they were suddenly hit by the light from the bright light pearls, their opponents would not be able to react in time. One breath, they only needed one breath's time, and they would be able to kill them. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng couldn't see each other because they were more than 100 meters away. Their speed was extremely fast and they were silent. The heaven-burying sword sect occupied a large area with countless houses. There were a total of 10 patrolling teams of disciples. Each patrolling team had a total of 10 people, and each team was led by 2 Qi High swordsmen and 8 Qi transformation swordsmen. In an environment like the central main sword domain, as long as one had the heart to train for a few years, entering the Qi transformation realm would be easy, and entering the Qi High realm would not be difficult either. It could be said that with a good sword Qi art and the help of some pills, a normal person would be able to reach the Qi High realm within 15 years. These patrolling disciples had a visual range of 10 meters, while Chu Mu had a visual range of 100 meters. In other words, even if Chu Mu stood 10 meters away from these patrolling disciples, they still wouldn't be able to see Chu Mu. As for sensing through aura fluctuations, it was even more difficult because Chu Mu was very good at hiding his aura fluctuations. After spending half an hour walking around the periphery of the Heaven's Burial Sword sect, Chu Mu used his powerful memory and amazing thinking simulation ability to present the periphery of the Heaven's Burial Sword sect in his mind. Now that the knife was sharpened, it was time to chop the firewood. The disciples of the 10 patrol squads patrolled very quickly. They would meet up with each other every 15 minutes or so. If they killed one of the squads and didn't meet up with each other after 15 minutes, it was very likely that it would arouse the suspicion of the other squads. Of course, if he could kill all the disciples of the 10 patrol squads within 15 minutes, then he wouldn't be exposed. It seemed that Xiao Qianfeng also had the same idea. Chu Mu started to move. His speed was extremely fast. He used the flying swan illusory steps and appeared behind one of the patrol squads in the blink of an eye. He unsheathed the monster-slaying sword. Although the light emitted by the 10 bright light pearls illuminated a 10-meter radius, it still couldn't reach the level of daytime. Chu Mu's appearance was too sudden, and his flying swan illusory steps, which already had a hint of transcendence, was even more mysterious and unpredictable. The monster-slaying sword flashed under the light of the bright light pearls, and 10 blurry sword light flashed across the sky. With a slight muffled sound, the bodies of the 10 disciples stiffened and then softly fell to the ground. A blurry figure quickly circled around and caught the 10 dead disciples one by one, and then gently fell to the ground one by one. The purpose of this was to avoid causing a big shock. Of course, Chu Mu could also use his sword qi to stop them, but the sword qi would fluctuate, and it would be hard to avoid being detected. It was better to be safe than sorry. On the other side, Xiao Qianfeng was also silently hunting and killing. His sword was incomparably sharp. Often, when it was unsheathed, it would take away a life. With Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng's strength, the patrol squads of the Heaven Burial Sword sect were too weak. Even if they were prepared, they could still kill them in a head-on battle, not to mention this kind of sneak attack where the other party didn't notice. In less than 15 minutes, the 10 patrol squads were completely annihilated. Other than Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng, no one else knew. After killing the last patrol squad, Xiao Qianfeng approached, and the two of them met up again. It just so happened that after each of them killed 5 patrol squads, each patrol squad swordsman had a low-grade spatial bracelet and a mid-grade spatial bracelet, and they all belonged to Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng. After the two of them met up, they chatted for a while, and then separated again. Only 100 Heaven Burial Sword Sect disciples were not enough. Although the Heaven Burial Sword Sect was a new sect, there were thousands of disciples in the sect. 100 was only a small part of the total. The Heaven Burial Sword Sect was divided into outer and inner disciples. The outer disciples were at the Qi transformation realm, while the inner disciples were at the Qi Sea realm. There were no Sword Qi realm disciples, because only those who had reached the Qi transformation realm were qualified to join the Heaven Burial Sword Sect. The outer disciples lived in the outermost area. The inner disciples lived in the middle, and the innermost area was where the elders lived. In the middle was where Venerable Zong Tian, who had the strength of a sword sovereign, lived. As for the 9th transformation realm disciples, they were all in seclusion. As for where they were exactly, no one knew. After all, the 9th transformation realm was a very special realm. The less people who knew where they were in seclusion, the better, and the less they would be disturbed. Of course, there were also some 9th transformation realm swordsmen who knew that they had no hope of breaking through to the origin realm. They gave up on the breakthrough and went out to train, hoping that they would have a fortuitous encounter that would allow them to break through the shackles and reach the origin realm. Although origin realm swordsmen were nothing in the central main sword region, to many swordsmen, they were still unreachable existences. The outer disciples were dispensable, so Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng placed their focus on the inner disciples. After all, nurturing Qi transformation realm swordsmen and Qi Sea realm swordsmen were two different concepts. According to the information that Xiao Qianfeng received, the Heaven Burial Sword Sect, which had thousands of disciples, only had about 600 inner disciples, which was about 600 Qi Sea realm swordsmen. It was said that there were less than 100 Qi Sea realm swordsmen who had the strength of a sword master. In the eastern sword region, there were only about 1,000 sword masters. But in the central main sword region, this number was thousands or even tens of thousands of times more. And there were even more swordsmen who had the strength of a sword master through hard work. The 100 or so swordsmen who had the strength of a sword master were the disciples that the Heaven Burial Sword Sect focused on nurturing. The area where they lived was closer to the elders. However, the distance between the inner disciples area and the elders area was at least a few thousand meters, perhaps to show off the elders' status. Normal origin realm swordsmen couldn't project their mental strength outwards. Therefore, unless Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng's movements were too loud, the origin realm elders who were in meditation definitely wouldn't be able to detect them from a few thousand meters away. Every sword tower had a corresponding seal. The outer disciples' sword tower seal could block the full force attack of a normal Qi Sea realm swordsman without breaking. The inner disciples' sword tower seal could block the full force attack of a normal sword master without breaking. With Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng's strength, they didn't need to use their full strength to break a seal of this level. However, if they used such a violent method to break a seal, it would create a loud noise that would immediately alert the origin realm swordsman. When the night attack failed, they would have to run for their lives. Luckily, Xiao Qianfeng gave Chu Mu a golden needle. He only had 2 of these golden needles. According to him, they were the treasures he obtained from the place where he obtained the inheritance of the lifeless sword path. The golden needle was not long, about the size of a normal person's sewing needle. Its hardness was comparable to a mid-grade sword, but its toughness was amazing. Even if it was bent, it would not break. The killing power of this needle was very limited, and it only had one use: seal breaking. Seal breaking, as the name suggested, was to break seals. It was not done by brute force, but by the special nature of the golden needle and the special power it contained. The name of the golden needle was seal-breaking golden needle. Chu Mu came to a sword tower and took out the seal-breaking golden needle. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the small golden needle was engraved with countless patterns. These patterns were either in the shape of spirals or ripples. They crisscrossed and looked very mysterious and ancient. The person who was able to create such a treasure was definitely not simple. The sky desolate sword Qi quietly circulated and poured into the seal-breaking golden needle. The seal-breaking ability of the seal-breaking golden needle was closely related to the user's cultivation. Of course, there was also a limit. Basically, it could break any seal below the origin realm. The seal-breaking golden needle that was infused with the sky desolate sword Qi lit up with a golden light. This golden light was very bright, and the darkness could not completely devour it. However, it could not be seen clearly beyond 1 meter. As the golden needle pierced forward, Chu Mu's sharp senses felt as if it had pierced through something. Immediately after, it was like a red-hot soldering iron falling onto a bubble, instantly melting. In just 1 breath's time, Chu Mu discovered that a large part of the seal of the sword tower had disappeared. Putting away the seal-breaking golden needle, Chu Mu's figure flashed and silently passed through the seal. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the sword tower. Every sword tower was occupied by an inner disciple. When Chu Mu entered the sword tower, the owner of the sword tower was in the middle of cultivation. Thus, his perception of the outside world was reduced to the lowest level. In addition, Chu Mu's movements did not cause any sound, and his sword Qi was extremely restrained, making it even harder to detect. The sword light flashed, and in less than 1/10 of a breath's time, it was devoured by the darkness. Immediately after, Chu Mu took the person's spatial bracelet and left the sword tower. The whole process was very short, less than 10 breaths' time. After Chu Mu left the sword tower and passed through the seal slowly recovered, as if it had never been touched. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 496. The dark night was longer than normal nights. This kind of night was most suitable for swordsmen who practiced eye techniques. The night was dark and windy, and it was a night for killing. With the restriction-breaking golden needles, Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng's actions were exceptionally smooth. They deliberately hid their auras. Only swordsmen who were above them in terms of strength and realm would be able to sense them when they approached. Unfortunately, within the heaven-burying sword sect, there was no one in the Qi High realm who could compare with Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng. A silent massacre was taking place. Every time a sword was drawn, one person would be killed in an instant. After killing them, Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng carefully placed the corpse down and looted the spatial bracelet. The people of the heaven-burying sword sect didn't know that their patrol team had been eliminated long ago, and that someone was brazenly assassinating their disciples. Normally, no one would come out in the dark night. Even swordsmen who practiced eye techniques rarely came out. Not to mention the heaven-burying sword sect, which was only a new sect, had a powerful backer. The weak couldn't fight against it, and the strong had to be wary of the backer of the heaven-burying sword sect's patriarch. Time slowly passed. Gradually, Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng felt that the sky was about to brighten. Kill one more, then retreat immediately. Muttering to himself, Chu Mu used the restriction-breaking golden needles to break the seal of another sword tower. This sword tower was not eye-catching among the many sword towers. Once Chu Mu snuck into the sword tower, he heard a clear moaning and panting sound. Immediately after, there was a high-pitched scream, as if it wanted to tear apart the dark night. Chu Mu was startled, and then he laughed. Although he was single, Chu Mu knew what had happened just now. On the third floor of the sword tower, there were 3 luminous pearls that emitted intense light, illuminating a radius of 3 to 4 meters. Chu Mu hid in the darkness and looked over. He saw 2 naked figures lying on the bed, one male and one female. The woman's body was voluptuous, and her skin reflected a sparkling luster under the luminous pearls. Tiny droplets of sweat emitted a halo of light, and a touch of pink brought along a hint of temptation. She was lying on the man's body, and as she panted, her voluptuous body rose and fell slightly. From Chu Mu's angle, he could see that the lower bodies of the man and woman were still tightly joined together. Really? For a moment, Chu Mu didn't know what to say. In this dark night, the majority of the people were staying in their own sword tower, cultivating or resting. However, there were 2 people here who were different from the others. However, this was also a good thing. Chu Mu had already decided to leave after this assassination, which was equivalent to killing 1 more person. Trying his best to hide his aura, Chu Mu sensed the aura fluctuations of that man and woman, looking for the best opportunity to attack. He wanted to kill 2 people with 1 sword strike. Kill! In an instant, just as the man and woman were about to turn around and continue their lovemaking, Chu Mu attacked. The monster-slaying sword seemed to come from the void. The sword light penetrated the darkness of the luminous pearls. The man's reaction was extremely fast. He quickly grabbed the long sword at the side and pulled it out. He slashed backwards with lightning speed, tearing the sky apart. However, just as he slashed out, his head was chopped off by the monster-slaying sword. Even the female swordsman's head was chopped off by the monster-slaying sword. She couldn't even let out a scream. 2 lives with 1 sword strike. Chu Mu's figure flashed and caught the long sword that almost fell to the ground. He gently placed it down, although there was a seal that could isolate sound. Now that the seal was slightly melted, it was easier for sound to travel out. Perhaps even if the sword fell to the ground, no one would notice. But what if? Chu Mu wanted to make sure that nothing would go wrong. After quickly putting away the spatial bracelets of the man and woman, Chu Mu quickly left the sword gauntlet. The seal of the sword gauntlet was restored again. Looking at the sky, Chu Mu didn't continue the assassination. Instead, he quickly left and waited at the place where he parted with Xiao Qianfeng. After about 30 breaths, Chu Mu saw a blurry figure rapidly approaching. It was Xiao Qianfeng. The luminous night is almost over. Let's go. Xiao Qianfeng didn't stop. He transmitted his voice to Chu Mu, and the 2 quickly left. They moved at full speed like 2 bolts of lightning, shuttling through the land of the luminous night. Soon they were far away. Both of them had a large number of spatial bracelets on them, but they didn't make any noise because of their high speed. They didn't move at all. It was enough to show that their control over their own strength had reached an astonishing level. Senior Martial Brother, I wonder how furious the heaven-bearing sword sect master will be after daybreak. Chu Mu transmitted his voice with a smile. Yes, this is just the beginning. The destruction of the heaven-bearing sword sect will be one of my goals now. Xiao Qianfeng also smiled. Before daybreak, Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng quickly returned to the remote house. Boss Xiao, Boss Chu, you're finally back. Xiaoyu, who was restless, was extremely excited when he saw them. And at this time the luminous night had finally passed, and the sky returned to normal. Soon the sky would be bright again. Boss Xiao, Boss Chu. Xiaoyu's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the numerous spatial bracelets hanging on Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng. His mouth was wide open, and he couldn't say anything for a moment. These are part of the spoils of war. Chu Mu smiled and put down all the spatial bracelets. Xiao Qianfeng also put down all the spatial bracelets. After counting them, there were more than 100 spatial bracelets. This didn't include the majority of the low-grade spatial bracelets that Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng gave up. After all, the low-grade spatial bracelets were used by the weaker disciples. They probably didn't have anything good in them and weren't worth taking away. Most of these spatial bracelets were middle-grade spatial bracelets, and a small portion were upper-grade spatial bracelets. Chu Mu discovered that there was actually a supreme-grade spatial bracelets. He recalled that this supreme-grade spatial bracelets belonged to the male swordsman and female swordsman that he killed. Thinking of the swordsman's fast reaction and strength, if it wasn't for a sneak attack, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill him. Unfortunately, the swordsman's reaction was wrong. If he had shouted, Chu Mu might have been exposed, and he would have been chased by the heaven-burying sword sect's origin realm experts. "Let's tidy it up," Chu Mu said. The three of them immediately busied themselves, inspecting the items in each spatial bracelet. Most of them were spiritual stones and elixirs. A few of them were swordsmanship techniques, and so on. Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng didn't care about them. Chu Mu inspected the only supreme-grade spatial bracelet. Not only did he find a few thousand upper-grade spiritual stones and some decent elixirs, he also found a silk booklet. Heaven-burying secret sword. There were 4 words on the silk booklet. Chu Mu quickly flipped it open and read it. After a while, a trace of joy appeared on his face. It turned out that the heaven-burying secret sword wasn't a sword technique, but an offensive secret art. According to the description, once the heaven-burying secret sword was mastered, its power would be terrifying. It could unleash an attack 10 times stronger than one's own. "Senior brother, Xiaoyu, take a look." Chu Mu handed the silk booklet to Xiao Qianfeng and said. He didn't have any intention of hiding it. After Xiao Qianfeng received it, he quickly scanned through it. His expression changed as he passed it to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu also quickly scanned through it and was extremely excited. Heaven-burying secret sword. The power of this offensive secret art is too strong. Heaven-burying secret sword. Heaven-burying sword sect. Venerable heaven-burying. There must be a connection between these 3. Venerable heaven-burying once killed a sword venerable. Perhaps it was due to the heaven-burying secret sword, Chu Mu said. This possibility was very high. Of course, it was also possible that Venerable Heaven-burying himself had the strength of a sword venerable. Then, with the heaven-burying secret sword, he would be even more terrifying. I killed Venerable Heaven-burying son, but I didn't get this secret art. Junior brother must have killed someone very important to Venerable Heaven-burying, Xiao Qianfeng said. It's possible. Chu Mu nodded and said, this secret art is good. Although it can only be used once, it's extremely useful as a trump card. Let's all cultivate it. I can cultivate it too? Xia Yu was in disbelief. This was a very advanced secret art. It could unleash 10 times the strongest attack. With his strength, once he hit it, it would be enough to kill the top 10 sword masters on the Heavenly Sword Hero ranking. Of course, Chu Mu said. Thank you, Boss Chu. Thank you, Boss Xiao. Xia Yu was extremely emotional. How about this? You make 2 copies. One for senior brother Xiao and one for yourself, Chu Mu said. Okay, I'll make a copy now. Xia Yu immediately got to work. Compared to the secret art of the heaven-burying secret sword, nothing else was important. Looking at Xia Yu's anxious look, Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng smiled faintly. It was really bright. There was a huge commotion in the heaven-burying sword sect because the disciples who went out found the bodies of the patrolling disciples. There were 100 of them without exception. They were all killed with a sword. The person who killed them was extremely skilled in swordsmanship and was very ruthless, a few elders said in a low voice after examining the wounds of the corpses. Their faces were very ugly. Their swordsmanship was not ordinary. From the wounds of the corpses, they could see that the person who killed them was not inferior to them. This made them feel an inexplicable pressure. Who did it? Taking advantage of the dark night to kill the disciples of the heaven-burying sword sect. Could it be for money? I don't think so. Report this to the sect master and let him decide. After a discussion, the elders ordered the disciples to move the corpses to the main hall of the heaven-burying sword sect. The sect master of the heaven-burying sword sect, Venerable Zongtian, was alarmed. He appeared in the main hall with the great elders. When they saw the corpses lined up in the main hall, their faces became very ugly. Unexpectedly, someone dared to attack the disciples of the heaven-burying sword sect in the dark night. Although the death of 100 disciples was nothing to the heaven-burying sword sect and couldn't hurt them, it was a great loss of face for the heaven-burying sword sect. Once the news spread out, the heaven-burying sword sect would become a laughingstock. Gather all the disciples. Venerable Zongtian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he shouted in a low voice. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 497. Sect. Sect Master. Senior Brother Luo. An inner disciple knelt down in fear and stammered. Then 2 pale-faced disciples carried a corpse covered by a long robe into the hall and gently put it down. Disciple. Venerable Zongtian was stunned. His whole body was trembling, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. His eyes turned blood-red. This was his disciple, his only disciple. His son had died under Shao Qianfeng's sword, and this disciple was the only one left. He loved this disciple very much and tried his best to train him to be the next sect master of the Sky Burial Sword sect. He even taught him his unique secret technique, the Sky Burial Secret Sword, so that he could have a trump card to save his life if he encountered a strong enemy. However, he didn't expect that his only disciple, whom he valued, would die. Who? Who is it? Venerable Zongtian roared as if he had gone mad. In the hall, it was as if thunder was surging. The elders and disciples were all pale, and their eyes were filled with fear, especially the disciples who vomited blood and fell to the ground under such a terrifying aura. Sect Master. The great elder's face changed when he saw this. He quickly roared in a thunderous voice. Venerable Zongtian woke up with a start. He quickly restrained his violent aura as soon as he saw the scene in the main hall. Otherwise, the disciples in the main hall would be crippled if this continued. The Zongtian sword sect would suffer unnecessary losses. Sect Master, I'm sorry for your loss, the elder advised. Sect Master, the dead can't be brought back to life. The most important thing now is to find out who did it, the great elder said angrily. Great elder is right. Investigate, we must investigate. We must find out who did this. Once we find out who the murderer is, we must skin him alive and torture him for 7 days and 7 nights. The elders gnashed their teeth in hatred. According to the observation of the wounds, there should be 2 murderers. An elder who had carefully examined the corpse said, These 2 people's swordsmanship attainments are very high. They are not inferior to us. In fact, they are even superior to us. The great elder was shocked. He also carefully examined the wounds. The more he looked, the more surprised he was. This was because he found that the wounds on the corpse were indeed from 2 different people. One of them was comparable to him in swordsmanship, while the other was terrifying. Could it be 2 sword venerables? The first elder had this thought in his mind, but he immediately rejected it. The honorable swordsman assassinated some Qi high swordsman? This was simply a fantasy. Swordsmen had their pride. Powerful swordsmen were like living beings who were superior to them. Unless they had no other choice, they would not attack swordsmen who were much weaker than them, let alone assassinate them. Even some of the more despicable and shameless revered swordsmen would not use this method. To them, no matter how many Qi high realm swordsmen there were, they were just a bunch of ants. 1 sword strike was enough to kill hundreds or thousands of them. If it's not the sword venerable, could it be one of the top 10 swordsmen on the heavenly sword ranking? The elders thought of another possibility. On the heavenly sword hero roll, There are not many who are on par with me in terms of swordsmanship. Only Zhu Wudao and Yan Jiao can frighten me. But given their status, they don't need to assassinate us to deal with the heaven-burying sword sect. The first elder analyzed. Moreover, the disciples who were killed were undamaged by the sword tower. We did not hear any movements last night. There is only one possibility. The assassin has a rare secret treasure that can break the seal. Eighth elder, please make a trip to the Tongtian mountain. Reverend Zongtian was terrifyingly calm, but in fact he was furious. He had already found out that his disciple's spatial bracelet was missing. In other words, it was taken by the assassin. Among them, there was a high possibility that his disciple's secret technique, the heaven-burying secret sword, was in possession. The heaven-burying secret sword was an offensive secret technique that he obtained through a fortuitous encounter. Other than obtaining the heaven-burying secret sword, his strength also increased to the level of a normal, honorable swordsman. Once he used the heaven-burying secret sword, he could kill a strong, honorable swordsman. It could be said that the heaven-burying secret sword was his trump card. It was his strongest trump card. In the entire heaven-burying sword sect, he was the only one who practiced the secret technique. This time, in order to train the next sect leader, he gave a copy of the secret technique to his only disciple, hoping that he could comprehend and practice it. Who would have thought that he would be working for someone else? The heaven-bearing secret sword is not that easy to practice. When I first obtained it, it took me 5 years to comprehend the surface and 10 years to cultivate it to a small success. Until now, I have not cultivated it to the level of Desheng. Reverend Zongtian's eyes were extremely gloomy as he said to himself, "Yes, sect leader." After the eighth elder gave a slight bow, he quickly left for the Tongtian mountain. Chu Mu, Xiao Qianfeng, and Xia Yu all arrived at the Tongtian mountain. Their primary goal was to check the Heavenly Sword Hero list. The first place was no longer Zong Qingtian but Yan Jiao. The second place was Zong Qingtian, the third was Zhu Wudao, the fourth was still Gu Jianghe, the fifth was Chu Mu, the sixth was Han Bingyu, the seventh was Shi Fenglai, and the eighth was Mo Sherduoba. The rankings were the same as before. However, the changes in the rankings of the Heavenly Sword Hero list indicated that there would be fierce competition for the rankings in the next few days. Xiao Qianfeng found his name at the 13th place, and a fierce look flashed across his eyes. At this moment, the 30th level of the Heavenly Sword Tower lit up, indicating that someone was challenging the Heavenly Sword Tower and had reached the 30th level. The 30th level. Chu Mu, Xiao Qianfeng, and Xia Yu were all shocked. On the Heavenly Sword Hero list, Chu Mu was not confident that he could reach the 30th level. That meant that there were only 3 people: Zong Qingtian, Zhu Wudao, and Yan Jiao. The swordsman challenging the Heavenly Sword Tower was very likely to be one of the 3. But who was it? Besides Zong Qingtian, Chu Mu had never seen Zhu Wudao and Yan Jiao. It should be Zhu Wudao, Chu Mu said to himself. It's the 30th level. I wonder if Zhu Wudao can reach the 31st level this time, surpass Yan Jiao and Zong Qingtian, and regain the first place. A swordsman beside him muttered, his tone full of anticipation. It's Zhu Wudao indeed. Xia Yu's voice was filled with joy. They were all waiting quietly, waiting for Zhu Wudao's final result. Would he regain the first place, or would he sink into oblivion? Time passed slowly. Even if Zhu Wudao was strong, it would not be easy for him to pass the 30th level. After an hour, the 30th level finally dimmed. The swordsmen at the top of the Heavenly Sword Mountain all widened their eyes and held their breaths. They all looked at the 31st level, and in that instant, it was as if their hearts had stopped beating. The weight of a breath felt as long as a decade. The 31st level of the Heavenly Sword Tower suddenly lit up, filling everyone's eyes and calming their uneasy hearts. It was like a desperate person floating in the endless dark suddenly seeing the light of a lighthouse in the distance. The 31st level lit up, indicating that Zhu Wudao had passed the 30th level and entered the 31st level. Great! Senior brother Wudao has finally broken through the shackles of half a year ago and entered the 31st level. A disciple of the Royal Sword Sect was overjoyed. Zhu Wudao was a member of the Royal Sword Sect. When he became famous, the people of the Royal Sword Sect would also benefit from it. Zhu Wudao. Chu Mu's eyes blazed. Not only him, but Xiao Qianfeng's eyes also blazed. Xia Yu clenched his fists, extremely excited. To those swordsmen who were full of confidence in themselves, the stronger others were, the more their fighting spirit would be aroused. But to those swordsmen who understood their own potential and strength, the strength of others would either make them jealous or extremely respectful. Every breath of time seemed to be magnified 100 times, 1,000 times, but everyone forgot about time. Finally, the light of the 31st level of the heavenly sword tower dimmed, like an extinguished candle. Following that, a black shadow flew out from the heavenly sword tower and landed safely. A strong, absolute, and lawless aura spread out, crushing everything. Everyone's heart trembled, and they couldn't breathe. The heavenly sword mountain was eerily silent, as if all sounds had been sealed. In less than 3 breaths of time, this powerful and lawless aura disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Some of the weaker swordsmen lost all their strength, and their bodies went limp. Some of the stronger swordsmen were pale and could barely hold on. Only those swordsmen who were ranked on the heavenly sword ranking could hold on. As for the few swordsmen who had reached the origin realm, their faces were extremely solemn. Is this the aura of the heavenless sword Tao? Chu Mu couldn't help but think. Chu Mu also yearned for the inheritance of the sword Tao, but he didn't have the opportunity to do so before. After receiving the guidance of the Azura sword of Gojoseon, Chu Mu had an idea. It was an idea that would shock countless swordsmen in the central sword domain to create his own sword Tao. His path was destined to be different from others. It was a path that belonged only to him. Then, his sword Tao would naturally be different from others. He had to create it himself. According to the words of the Azura sword of Gojoseon, there were 2 prerequisites to creating a sword Tao. First, one couldn't inherit any sword Tao. Otherwise, it would be branded with the shadow of a sword Tao, and creating one's own sword Tao would be 100 times more difficult. Second, one had to obtain the origin sword seed. The origin sword seed was also the seed of the sword Tao. With the origin sword seed, it was equivalent to having a carrier. For those swordsmen who inherited the sword Tao, they naturally obtained the origin sword seed. For example, Xiao Qianfeng's lifeless sword Tao was the lifeless sword seed. The origin sword seed was the most primitive origin sword seed. It didn't carry any sword Tao, and was usually used as a sword Tao inheritance. However, it had an even greater use that was forgotten by many, to carry one's own sword Tao. Without the origin sword seed, even if one's own sword Tao was created, it would disappear due to the lack of a carrier. Creating one's own sword Tao was destined to be an extremely difficult path. The probability of failure was very high, and it might even end without any results. However, Chu Mu didn't regret it. Ever since this idea appeared in his mind, it became stronger and stronger, and had already taken root in his soul. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 498. His long silver hair fell to his shoulders, and his eyes were long and narrow like blades. The corners of his eyes were cold and sharp, and any swordsman who met his gaze felt as if their bodies were being torn apart. Celestial sword hero, Zhu Wudao. Before Zhong Qingtian appeared, only Yan Jiao could compete with him among the strongest sword heroes in the entire central main sword region. He stood at the top of Tongtian Mountain, as if he was the center of the mountain. Everyone's eyes fell on him. Following that, the heavenly sword hero ranking changed. Zhu Wudao, who was ranked third, suddenly jumped to first place. Yan Jiao dropped to second place, and Zhong Qingtian dropped to third place. They had all reached the 31st floor. As for Gu Jianghe, he had always been at the 29th floor. He didn't seem to have come to challenge the Heavenly Sword Tower. Of course, he might have challenged it, but he didn't pass the 29th floor. I'm going to challenge the Sword Tower. Xiao Qianfeng's figure flashed, and he rushed into the Heavenly Sword Tower before anyone else. The last time he challenged the Sword Tower was more than 3 months ago. Now that he had reorganized his strength, he would definitely be able to get a better ranking against those fixed virtual swordsmen. Zhu Wudao didn't say a word and left the top of Tongtian Mountain, leaving behind a shocking back view. Xiao Qianfeng. In the crowd, an elder muttered with a gloomy face. After a long time, Xiao Qianfeng also flew out of the Heavenly Sword Tower. He had been defeated and killed on the 27th floor. Not long after, the ranking on the Heavenly Sword Hero ranking changed again. Xiao Qianfeng rose from 13th to 10th. It's my turn, Chumu said. He used the Flying Swan illusory steps and entered the Heavenly Sword Tower in the blink of an eye. Aye. A swordsman who was approaching the Heavenly Sword Tower fell a step behind and was about to curse. Xiao Qianfeng's cold gaze fell on him, causing him to involuntarily shiver. That's the Zhentian Sword Hero Chumu, 5th on the Heavenly Sword Hero ranking. He's here to challenge the Heavenly Sword Tower again. I don't think it's that useful. It's only been a few days since he last challenged the Heavenly Sword Tower. How much could his strength have improved? The most important thing for challenging the Heavenly Sword Tower was one's combat talent, and then the combat experience derived from combat talent. This was because the combat talent and combat experience of the virtual swordsmen in the Heavenly Sword Tower were fixed and would not change at all. Therefore, the more battle experience a swordsman had, the more they knew how to fight, and naturally, they could achieve better results. However, in just a few days, they did not think that Chu Mu's combat talent could improve by much. After Chu Mu entered the first floor, he entered the second floor in less than 3 breaths of time. Chop iron! Chu Mu directly used a sword master's ultimate sword technique to kill one of the virtual swordsmen. However, Chu Mu did not kill the second virtual swordsman. Instead, he blocked his attack. 10 breaths later, the illusory swordsman attacked more than 100 times. Unfortunately, it didn't use any killing sword skills similar to chop iron. Chu Mu finished off the illusory swordsman with 1 sword and entered the 3rd floor. Xiao Qianfeng stared at the Heavenly Sword Tower and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He was locked on by a fierce, murderous intent, and his body almost stiffened. He quickly turned his head and saw a pair of gloomy eyes filled with murderous intent. It was the buried Heaven Sword Sect's 8th elder. However, Xiao Qianfeng smiled coldly and looked away as if he did not care. He looked at the Heavenly Sword Tower. The top of the Heavenly Sword Mountain was a very special place. Swordsmen from all over the world gathered here. Some were strong, some were weak, some had no one to rely on, and some had amazing forces. In short, the top of the Heavenly Sword Mountain could be said to be a very mixed place, but it was not chaotic at all. There was a written rule here that the strong could not bully the weak. It sounded ridiculous, but there was once an incident where the descendant of a powerful elder from one of the top 10 sword sects was killed here by a swordsman who was 1 level higher than him. It even affected many innocent people, which angered the elder and the elders of the innocent people. They directly uprooted the murderer and the power behind him. After that, the top 10 sword sects jointly issued a rule that no fighting was allowed on the top of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Otherwise, they would kill without mercy. However, this rule was not practical. After all, how could there be a lack of fighting in the world of swordsmen? The rule was changed. A swordsman of a higher level could not attack a swordsman of a lower level. Even if a swordsman of a lower level provoked them, it was not allowed unless the swordsman of a lower level attacked first. However, There were no swordsmen of a lower level who took the initiative to provoke a swordsman of a higher level. After all, the rule only applied to the top of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Once they left the range of the top of the Heavenly Sword Mountain and were not restricted by the rule, the consequences could be imagined. Swordsmen of the same level were not restricted by this rule. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had to be able to withstand the anger of the swordsman present. After all, fighting here was very likely to affect others. If you did not have enough deterrence, you would undoubtedly be increasing your own hatred. Therefore, even though the buried Heaven Sword Sect's 8th Elder wanted nothing more than to immediately capture Xiao Qianfeng, he had to forcefully suppress this thought. He did not want to be killed for violating the rule. Although he was an insignificant ant to the 10 great sword sects, the 10 great sword sects would still take action to protect the rule they had set. Xiao Qianfeng, I will wait here until you leave the top of the Heavenly Sword Mountain forever, the buried Heaven Sword Sect's 8th Elder threatened. Xiao Qianfeng ignored him as if he did not hear him, causing his expression to turn even uglier. Soon, the 10th level of the Heavenly Sword Tower also lit up, indicating that Chu Mu had reached the 10th level. This speed was not only faster than the previous time, but it was also shockingly fast. From the 2nd level to the 5th level, Chu Mu had used chop, iron, or point kill once on every level. In the end, the virtual swordsman indeed did not use similar ultimate sword techniques. While disappointed, Chu Mu had other ideas in his mind. That was to use chop, iron, and point kill, more of the 2 ultimate sword techniques, as well as the inverted space steps, which he had only scratched the surface of. Although it consumed a lot of energy as long as he passed the level, he would be able to return to his peak state. Such opportunities were rare. As the saying went, practice makes perfect. By using it more often, he could better find his shortcomings and improve them. After passing the 10th level, Chu Mu had some understanding. The consumption of chop, iron, and point kill decreased slightly, and the inverted space steps also improved slightly. The level of the inverted space steps was higher than the 3rd level of the Flying Swan illusory sky steps, and the domain involved was more profound. To be able to scratch the surface of it was truly beyond Chu Mu's expectations. The slightest improvement of the inverted space steps would undoubtedly require a lot of effort to deduce. Now that it could be improved slightly, it was a joyous occasion. He entered the 11th level. Chop, iron, point kill, inverted space steps. Chu Mu instantly disappeared and appeared behind a virtual swordsman, killing him in one strike. The inverted space steps had already surpassed common sense and involved the incomparably profound domain of space. The 12th level, the 13th level, the 14th level, the swordsmen outside the Heavenly Sword Tower were all shocked. A few days ago, a swordsman who had personally witnessed Chu Mu's challenge rubbed his eyes hard, thinking that he was hallucinating. Why is he so fast? What's going on? The swordsman didn't understand. Chu Mu's speed in the tower was too fast. Compared to Zhu Wudao, he wasn't inferior at all. In fact, a few swordsmen with sharper senses discovered that Chu Mu's speed in the tower was slightly faster than Zhu Wudao's. Xiao Qianfeng stared at the tower that dimmed and lit up level by level, his eyes glowing. Chu Mu was his junior brother. With such an achievement, not only was he not jealous, he was actually happy. Of course, his fighting spirit was even stronger. Very quickly, Chu Mu passed the 20th level and entered the 21st level. Boss Chu is so strong. Xia Yu's mouth was wide open in shock. On the 21st level, there were 21 powerful virtual swordsmen. When they joined forces, they were extremely powerful. Last time, Chu Mu had taken a long time to find the best opportunity to kill them. However, this time, it didn't take long for Chu Mu to find the best opportunity and insta-kill him. Next, it was time for him to perform. Chop iron, reverse air step kill. Soon, all 21 powerful virtual swordsmen were dead. For Chu Mu, he had already challenged these virtual swordsmen. Even if he changed his moves again, It was very limited and not difficult. It was as if the same move would be ineffective the second time. Very quickly, Chu-Mu reached the 29th level again. Last time he had reached the 29th level and was killed after killing 3 virtual swordsmen. This time, Chu-Mu wanted to get a better result. If possible, it would be best if he could pass the 29th level and enter the 30th level. At this point, the difficulty of each level increased by several times. Another top-grade sword appeared in Chu-Mu's left hand. Desheng's dual sword technique. After many years of practicing the dual sword technique, Desheng could use different sword moves and sword skills with greater power. With 2 swords in hand, Chu-Mu's aura suddenly changed. He used the flying swan illusory steps and quickly dodged, looking for the best opportunity to attack. With 2 swords, Chu-Mu's blocking ability was stronger, and his survivability was increased by several times. Dodge block. Seizing the opportunity, he used the reverse air step. With 1 step, he suddenly appeared behind a virtual swordsman. Chop iron kill, 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 kill. The 29th floor's virtual swordsman gave Chu-Mu an enormous amount of pressure. Chu-Mu's fight was very difficult because he was using the ultimate kill sword technique and reverse air step. His Sky Desolation sword aura was quickly being consumed. With a slash, Chu-Mu's back was cut open. Blood spurted out. He also quickly counterattacked with his sword. In the end, Chu-Mu killed 29 virtual swordsmen at the price of being injured 3 times. He successfully passed the 29th level and entered the 30th level. The 3 wounds were all avoided by Chu-Mu. It's lit up. The 30th level is lit up. He's reached the 30th level. How can it be? It's only been a few days. The 30th level had just lit up. In less than 10 breaths of time, a figure flew out and landed safely. In a short while, Chu-Mu's ranking on the Heavenly Sword ranking changed. He pushed Gu Jianghe down and took 4th place. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 499. Big Brother Chu, you're too powerful. Xiaoyu exclaimed. You actually made it to 4th place. Even Gu Jianghe fell behind. The 8th elder of the heaven-burying sword sect was also looking at Chu-Mu with an uncertain expression. He was sure that he had never seen Chu-Mu before. When he heard the discussion around him, he suddenly shivered. He knew that Chu-Mu came from the Eastern Sword region. The 8th elder's impression of the Eastern Sword region was that it was a very barren place. The overall level of the swordsmen was very low. He also knew that Xiao Qianfeng came from the Eastern Sword region. He originally thought that Xiao Qianfeng should be the most outstanding young swordsman in the Eastern Sword region, the king of sword heroes. He didn't expect that there would be someone stronger than him. Zhen Tian sword hero, Chu-Mu. The 8th elder pondered. His gaze swept over Chu-Mu, then looked at Xiao Qianfeng. His whole body trembled. This Chu-Mu and Xiao Qianfeng know each other. From the way they talk, they seem to be quite familiar with each other. Could it be that the assassins during the dark night were the 2 of them? Soon after, the 8th elder rejected this idea. He felt that it was impossible, but the seed of this idea had already been planted in his heart. Xiaoyu, do you want to challenge him? Chu-Mu asked. No, Big Brother Chu. I'll challenge him after my strength increases a bit. Xiaoyu said. Senior brother, let's go back. Chu-Mu said. Xiao Qianfeng nodded. Suddenly, he transmitted his voice to Chu-Mu. He's the 8th elder of the heaven-burying sword sect. He's at the early stage of the origin realm. Once we leave the heaven-piercing peak, he'll immediately chase after us and attack me. I'll leave first and lure him away. Junior brother, you and Xia, you can leave after that. Early stage of the origin realm. Chu-Mu didn't feel much. After all, he had already killed 2 origin realm swordsmen. Senior brother, how confident are you? I'm not confident. Xiao Qianfeng said after a moment of silence. In that case, let me lure him away. Chu Mu said. He had the meteor sword energy and the protection of the Azura sword of Gojoseon. A mere origin realm sword artist was nothing in his eyes. The lifeless sword Dao I inherited has a forbidden art. Once I use it, I'll definitely be able to kill my opponent. However, I'll be weakened for a period of time. At that time, I'll need junior brother to protect me. Xiao Qianfeng was silent for 3 breaths before he sent a voice transmission. Senior brother Xiao. Just as Chu Mu was about to persuade Xiao Qianfeng, the Azura sword of Gojoseon's voice rang in his ears. The Azura sword of Gojoseon wanted Xiao Qianfeng to give it a try. With the Azura sword of Gojoseon around, Xiao Qianfeng's life wouldn't be in danger. Junior brother, there's no need to say any more. We can't stay at the top of Skirich Mountain forever. Xiao Qianfeng's tone was extremely resolute and unshakable. Xiaoyu, you stay here for now. Chu Mu nodded to Xiao Qianfeng and then said to Xiaoyu, Boss Chu, Boss Xiao. Xiaoyu was anxious, but when he saw the resolute expressions of Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng, he didn't say anything else and just nodded. However, only he knew what he was thinking. Let's go. Xiao Qianfeng let out a low shout. Sword Qi surged as his figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, rapidly flying away from the top of Skirich Mountain. A pair of Sword Qi wings appeared on his back, allowing him to travel 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. It was obvious that he had used some kind of secret technique to increase his speed. Chu Mu didn't fall behind either. He was almost neck to neck with Xiao Qianfeng as they quickly flew away. The buried heaven sword Sect's 8th elder was startled. Then his expression changed drastically. With a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes, his sword energy surged as he turned into a stream of light and chased after them. Xia Yu's face was filled with anxiety. He paced back and forth a few times before he immediately used a secret flying technique and chased after them. Some of the swordsmen on the top of Skirich Mountain reacted. They all realized that there was a good show to watch. 2 sword masters ranked in the top 10 of the Heavenly Sword Hero ranking and an Origin Realm swordsman. It seemed like there was a grudge between them. Let's go! Quick, follow them. There's a good show to watch. I wonder if Sword Master Zhentian and Lifeless Sword Master can escape from that Origin Realm swordsman. I recognize that Origin Realm swordsman. He's the buried heaven sword Sect's 8th elder. He's at the Origin Realm. Accompanied by various discussions, whooshing sounds of breaking wind quickly followed. One figure after another flew out, transforming into streaks of lightning as they quickly chased in the direction Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng left in. Chu Mu used the sky-traversing secret techniques, 2nd stage, soaring into the heavens. With his sword Qi that had just reached the peak of the Qi-high realm, the consumption of soaring into the heavens was nothing. What Xiao Qianfeng used was a flying secret technique that was similar to soaring into the heavens, so it didn't seem to consume much energy. Their speed was extremely fast, but the buried heaven sword Sect's 8th elder wasn't slow either. He quickly caught up and closed the distance between them. Junior brother, I'm going to use the lifeless forbidden art. Xiao Qianfeng shouted. His body suddenly stopped in midair. A strong and sharp aura surged from his body and shot into the clouds. Chu Mu also stopped and turned around to face the 8th elder, who was chasing after them. His eyes narrowed slightly. Let's kill them together. A sinister smile appeared on the 8th elder's face. Within 1,000 meters, a huge sword pressure rolled over, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. The air produced a tsunami-like whistling sound, as if it was going to swallow Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng. The rumbling sound was like 10,000 horses galloping. The momentum was terrifying. With a boom, Xiao Qianfeng's body exploded, and an even more terrifying aura burst out. This aura was very strange. The moment it appeared, it quickly changed and brought with it traces of death chi. After a breath, the death chi became denser. The eighth elder's tsunami-like sword pressure was blocked in an instant. The eighth elder's face revealed a look of surprise. This kid must die. The eighth elder's face became sinister. There was a trace of shock in his eyes because the aura that Xiao Qianfeng released made him feel a trace of fear. It was as if death was approaching. Chu Mu glanced at Xiao Qianfeng and found that his lifeless forbidden art wasn't ready yet. However, the buried heaven sword Sect's eighth elder was already within 500 meters. In less than 2 breaths of time, he would appear in front of them. The demon-slaying sword was unsheathed, and a 10-meter-long, dark, golden crescent moon slashed through the air. The eighth elder only felt that the sky in front of him seemed to have lost its light in an instant, becoming dark and gloomy. Then, a dark, golden waning moon seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. It suddenly appeared and tore the darkness apart. With an unparalleled sharpness, it descended in an overbearing manner and filled his eyes. You dare to show off an unfinished sword technique in front of me? Break! The eighth elder's body suddenly stopped. His hair and beard were fluttering in anger. It was as if he was in the middle of a storm. His sword pressure was raised to the extreme. The moment he unsheathed his sword, it was as if he could cut the heavens and the earth in half. A huge condensed cyan sword light slashed out and collided with the dark golden crescent moon. With a loud boom, the dark golden crescent moon was shattered by the cyan sword light. The cyan sword light paused for a moment, then continued to slash towards Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng. The cyan sword light locked onto Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng. The terrifying aura made it difficult for Chu Mu to breathe. The Origin Realm swordsmen from the central main sword region were much stronger than the Origin Realm swordsmen from the eastern main sword region. Chu Mu knew very well that, with his strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand this cyan sword light. In an instant, he and Xiao Qianfeng would be killed. However, Chu Mu didn't have the slightest fear. He knew that the Azura sword of Gojoseon wouldn't let him be killed. Moreover, Xiao Qianfeng's lifeless forbidden art was already prepared. A thick aura of death gathered on Xiao Qianfeng's body. It was as if Xiao Qianfeng had changed into a different person. Lifeless forbidden art. Death without life. A hoarse voice sounded from the side. It was filled with deathly stillness. It made Chu Mu's hair stand on end. At this moment, Xiao Qianfeng seemed to be possessed by the god of death. With a swing of his sword, Chu Mu only saw a grayish-white sword light break through the air. Then the cyan sword light dissipated as if it was being eroded. The eighth elder of the heaven-burying sword sect was terrified. He hurriedly waved his sword in front of him to block. However, Xiao Qianfeng's attack was simply unstoppable. There was no way to block it. With a boom, the eighth elder's sword was shattered. The grayish-white sword light slashed through the eighth elder's body without any hindrance, splitting it into 2. Then the 2 halves of the eighth elder's body rapidly shriveled up, as if their vitality was draining away in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the aura on Xiao Qianfeng's body disappeared. His eyes closed as he lost consciousness and fell down. Chu Mu hurriedly caught Xiao Qianfeng's body. When he felt that Xiao Qianfeng's aura was faintly discernible, he hurriedly left. He didn't even pay attention to the eighth elder's spatial bracelet. Senior Sword of Gojoseon, what should we do now? Chu Mu asked somewhat anxiously. He only used the lifeless forbidden art and consumed 10 years of his lifespan. He'll be fine after resting for a while. The Azura sword of Gojoseon's voice sounded. It was extremely calm, causing Chu Mu to be stunned. Consuming 10 years of his lifespan and still being fine? Chu Mu couldn't understand. The central main sword domain also has elixirs that can replenish lifespan. Although they are precious, As long as your strength increases, you'll be able to obtain them. The Azura sword of Gojoseon added, "Moreover, your senior brother Shao is a genius. When I return to the Azura sword sect, I'll take him as my disciple. The Azura sword sect has some elixirs that can replenish lifespan." Chu Mu suddenly understood. No wonder the Azura sword of Gojoseon was so calm. The reason was this. Senior sword of Gojoseon wants to take senior brother Shao as his disciple. This is naturally senior brother Zhao's fortune. Chu Mu smiled and said, "I'll head to the Azura sword sect as soon as possible." There's no rush. The Azura sword sect is on the other side of the central main sword domain. With your current strength, it's almost impossible for you to go there. Wait until you have the strength of a sword sovereign before you go. The Azura sword of Gojoseon said. Chu Mu transmitted his voice to the Azura sword of Gojoseon as he quickly left with Shao Qianfeng. The death of the 8th elder of the heaven-burying sword sect was witnessed by many swordsmen. The heaven-burying sword sect would soon know about it. At that time, they would also know that Shao Qianfeng and Chu Mu were the murderers. At that time, the entire heaven-burying sword sect would definitely move out. It wouldn't take long. Therefore, returning to Tongtian town wasn't a wise choice. It was best to stay far away and find a secluded place for Shao Qianfeng to have a good rest. The best way was to get through this period of weakness. A group of swordsmen quickly rushed down to snatch the 8th elder's space bracelet. After all, it was an Origin Realm swordsman's space bracelet, so it shouldn't be ordinary. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 500. Shao Qianfeng. Chu Mu. Damn it. Damn it all. The sect master of the heaven-burying sword sect, heaven-burying sword venerable, was furious. The veins on his forehead bulged, making him look like a terrifying devil. First, his son was killed by Shao Qianfeng. Then, a large number of his disciples were killed. His only disciple was assassinated and the murderer was still not found. Now, the 8th elder was killed by Shao Qianfeng. A dignified primary realm swordsman was killed by a sword hero. The heaven-burying sword sect was just a new sect. They only had 10 primary realm swordsmen, and each of them was very precious. With the death of the 8th elder, the heaven-burying sword sect only had 9 primary realm swordsmen left. The 8th elder's death caused the heaven-burying sword sect's strength to drop significantly. More importantly, the sect's reputation plummeted. Issue the heaven-burying order to hunt down Chu Mu and Shao Qianfeng. Venerable Zhang Tian's anger reached its peak, but he calmed down. However, his expression was even more frightening. The so-called heaven-burying order was actually a kind of wanted order. Almost every sect had something similar. Once such an order was issued, it meant that a certain target would be hunted down endlessly. The person who provides the exact location of the two will receive 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. The person who brings their heads will receive 50,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. The person who captures them alive will receive 100,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. Venerable Zhangtian continued, "If it's our sect's disciples, they will also receive an Earth Realm Ancient Sword Art or even a Heaven Realm Ancient Sword Art." The elder beside him was shocked. The reward offered by Venerable Zhangtian was extremely shocking. Even primary realm swordsmen would be tempted. All right, I'm sure that once the news spreads out, there will definitely be many people looking for Chu Mu and Shao Qianfeng. Perhaps even the primary realm swordsmen will make a move. When that time comes, they will have nowhere to go, said the 9th elder. The 8th elder's strength was similar to his, so the two of them had the best relationship. As expected, after the bounty of the heaven-burying sword sect was spread, the swordsmen of Tongtian town went crazy. The more the news spread, the more people knew about it, and the more people were tempted. not to mention 50,000 or 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Just providing accurate information could earn him 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. That was a huge gain. For many of the Qi High Realm swordsmen, they did not know how long it would take them to earn 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Even among the sword masters on the Heavenly Sword Master ranking, only the top 10 swordsmen would be able to afford it. Back then, Raging Wave sword hero Qing Tianlan felt the pinch even when he took out 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Although he could take out 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones, it was as if he was bleeding. Although he did not take it out in the end, Chu Mu did not get it either. Primary Realm swordsmen used upper-grade spirit stones for their cultivation. Therefore, a large number of Qi High Realm swordsmen were mobilized. Some of the Qi Transformation Realm swordsmen were also mobilized. They wanted to try their luck. If they were lucky, they might find out where Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng were hiding. Then they would be rich. Even a small number of Primary Realm swordsmen were mobilized. Among them, there were some special swordsmen. They were 9th Transformation Realm swordsmen who could not break through to the primary realm on their own for some reason. Zhao Ming was a special swordsman. He was in the 7th transformation of the 9th transformation realm, but he could not continue to break through. Originally, he had the opportunity to break through to the origin realm. However, a few years ago, his family had provoked a powerful enemy that no one could defeat. For the sake of his family's survival, all he had to do was to come out of seclusion and kill those powerful enemies. In the end, his family was saved. However, Zhao Ming had to pay a heavy price for forcefully using his sword aura. From then on, his cultivation was fixed and could not improve. He had no fate with the primary realm. The 9th transformation realm was a very special realm for swordsmen. The existence of this realm was to strengthen the body. This kind of strengthening was not a simple strengthening. Otherwise, some swordsmen who had been focusing on body tempering since they were young would have skipped this realm. The 9th transformation realm strengthened the body of a swordsman by using his own sword aura to temper the body. Tempering every part of the body, even the smallest part, was equivalent to completing a transformation. At this point, the strength of the body would be doubled. The amount of sword aura would not increase, but the purity would be doubled. After a round of refinement, one must have enough time to rest and recover from all kinds of exhaustion before starting the next round of refinement. This recovery time was related to one's accumulation. The more accumulation one had, the shorter the refinement time and the shorter the recovery time. This would make it easier for one to reach the origin realm from the 9th transformation realm. Every tempering not only increased the strength of the body and the purity of the sword aura, but also increased the compatibility between the sword aura and the body. The most important reason for increasing the strength of the body was to accommodate the sword energy that was many times stronger than the sword aura. Of course, some swordsman's body could accommodate the sword energy when they were in the Qi High realm, but they could not convert the sword aura. The reason was that the compatibility between the body and the sword aura was far from enough. Every time a 9th transformation realm swordsman completed a tempering, their strength would increase significantly. However, they could not use the sword aura because the sword aura had to be kept in the body and could not leak out. Once it leaked out, the path to the 9th transformation realm would be cut off and they could only stop there, unable to move forward. Although under normal circumstances, a 9th transformation realm swordsman's body was stronger than a Qi High realm swordsman, if they did not use the sword aura, they would not be a match for a Qi High realm swordsman. Once their life was in danger, other than being killed, they would be forced to use the sword aura and destroy their future. Therefore, once a swordsman broke through to the 9th transformation realm, they would find a secret place to cultivate. The fewer people who knew, the better. If I can find Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng and sell the information to the Buried Heaven Sword Sect, I will be able to get 10,000 upper rank soul stones. Adding the 60,000 I saved up before, I will have 70,000 upper rank soul stones, which is just enough for me to buy a 7-transformation barrier-breaking pill. Zhao Ming thought to himself as he searched the forest. Humans were an intelligent race, so they naturally had to overcome difficulties. Faced with the possible drawbacks of the 9th transformation realm, someone had researched the barrier-breaking pill, which corresponded to the 9 stages of the 9th transformation realm. It was divided into 1st transformation to 9th transformation barrier-breaking pills. If you stopped at the 1st transformation, you could use the 1st transformation barrier-breaking pill to break through to the 2nd transformation. From then on, if you wanted to continue to improve, you would have to rely on the 2nd transformation, 3rd transformation, 4th transformation, and so on. Zhao Ming, who stopped at the 7th transformation, had to use the 7th transformation barrier-breaking pill. After that, he would have to use the 8th transformation barrier-breaking pill and the 9th transformation barrier-breaking pill to break through to the origin realm. However, the price of the barrier-breaking pill was not cheap. The 1st transformation barrier-breaking pill cost 10,000 upper rank soul stones. The 2nd transformation cost 20,000, and so on. The 7th transformation cost 70,000, and the 9th transformation cost 90,000. The reason why Zhao Ming came to this forest was because one of the swordsmen who saw Chu Mu leave was his junior. Other than Zhao Ming, there was also a group of swordsmen who came here to search for Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In a cave in the forest, the luminous pearl was emitting a bright light. 2 figures were sitting not far away from each other with their eyes closed, as if they were cultivating. These 2 people were Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng. A month ago, he flew here and occupied a demonic beast cave. After cleaning it up a little, it became very clean. After giving Xiao Qianfeng a pill, he stayed here and occasionally went out to check on the situation. After a month of cultivation, Xiao Qianfeng had almost recovered. However, because of the consumption of 10 years of lifespan, he looked a little older. He looked a little like a 30-year-old man, and his face was a little pale. According to the Shura sword of Gojosian, as long as he used the pill to replenish his lifespan, he would be able to recover without any side effects. One had to admit that the death forbidden art was very powerful. It gave Xiao Qianfeng the ability to kill normal origin realm swordsmen. Of course, the price was also very high. After all, after using it, he would fall into a coma and most likely die. Even if he did not die, 10 years of lifespan was a huge price to pay for a Qi-Hai swordsman. Only an ancient sword of Gojosian, like the Shura sword of Gojosian, was not worthy of his attention. After a month, other than cultivating the desolate sky sword Qi normally, Chu Mu mainly focused on comprehending the burying heaven's secret sword art. With his comprehension ability, he only used 10 days to comprehend it. After that, he started to cultivate it. Now he had already cultivated the burying heaven's secret sword art to the minor completion level. If Zhang Tian knew about this, he would be extremely jealous. Thinking back, he had spent a few years to reach the entry level, and even longer to reach the minor completion level. At this moment, Chu Mu heard the stone that sealed the cave being touched. He immediately woke up and turned around to look. His eyes narrowed slightly. In this month, there were some swordsmen that came here, but they were all killed by Chu Mu. Because they were all Qi-Hai swordsmen, they were not a match for Chu Mu. Although the forest was very big and the cave was quite remote, Chu Mu could not guarantee that no one would find this place. 2 people. After moving the stone away, a person walked in and took in everything in the cave. He was stunned at first, but then he revealed an expression of ecstasy. "It's the 2 of you. That's great. My 7-turn barrier-breaking pellet, and now my 8-turn barrier-breaking pellet." This person was the 9th turn 7th turn realm swordsman, Zhao Ming. This place was very remote, and he found this place purely by luck. He did not expect to find Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng. It was really a pleasant surprise. Zhao Ming felt that the heavens were giving him a chance to break through to the 9th turn. After that, it would be more likely for him to break through to the origin realm. Hearing what the other person said, Chu Mu was stunned at first, but then he reacted and his eyes lit up. A 9th turn realm swordsman should be in the 7th turn. Chu Mu felt that this was a novelty. Although a 9th turn realm swordsman was not as strong as an origin realm swordsman, he had seen many origin realm swordsmen. A 9th turn realm swordsman usually did not travel outside, so this was the first time he had seen one. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 501. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Zhao Ming's eyes lit up as he excitedly said, because you are more valuable alive. Chu Mu had already heard the news before. If he found them and reported the news, he would be rewarded with 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. If he killed them and brought their heads back, he would be rewarded with 50,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. If he captured them alive and brought them back to the buried Heaven Sword sect, he would be rewarded with 100,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. Obviously, Zhao Ming's plan was to capture Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng alive to earn 100,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. You must have used some kind of forbidden technique to be able to kill an origin realm swordsman. I advise you not to resist and surrender to avoid serious injuries, Zhao Ming said again. You are too confident in yourself, Chu Mu said. It seems like you are planning to resist. Although I don't know where your confidence comes from, I will use my sword to crush your confidence. Zhao Ming coldly snorted as he drew his sword and slashed out a sword ray. The dense sword ray cut open the ceiling of the cave and slashed towards Chu Mu. Then, Zhao Ming turned into a shadow and charged towards Chu Mu. His sword carried a dazzling light as if it came from the heavens and turned into a net of light that covered Chu Mu's head. There was nowhere to run. Chu Mu did not plan to run. It was not the right time for Xiao Qianfeng to make a move. Holding the demon-slaying sword's hilt, the Tianhuang sword qi surged. His essence, qi, and spirit were raised to the extreme, and the buried heaven technique was activated. A rumbling sound rang out from within his body, as if a tsunami was surging. His essence, energy, and soul rose layer by layer, becoming more and more powerful. Chu Mu's body surged with an incomparably terrifying aura. This aura was so imposing and majestic that it instantly caused the net of light to freeze. In just an instant, Chu Mu's essence, qi, and spirit had more than doubled. Moreover, it erupted like a volcano that wanted to destroy the heavens and earth. Under the impact of this terrifying aura, the cave seemed to be about to collapse. Zhao Ming's face was filled with shock. Traces of horror crawled up his face like vines. The demon-slaying sword was unsheathed. Like lightning, a dark golden crescent moon slashed through the air. The dark golden crescent moon was 10 meters long, but it was extremely condensed. It looked as if it was made of refined steel, but it was 100,000 times harder and sharper than real refined steel. Sky-burying secret sword, moon slashing. With the heaven-burying secret sword, the power of the moon slashing strike increased tenfold. It was even more terrifying. The space in the cave was directly cut open. The edges of the dark golden crescent moon had traces of black fragments. Wherever the dark golden crescent moon passed, the space seemed to be scraped by a layer, revealing a dark color. Zhao Ming's sword light was instantly shattered. The beheading moon was unstoppable. It was incomparably tyrannical as it slashed towards Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming only felt that he had been locked onto. This aura contained a killing intent that caused his entire body to tremble and his blood to almost freeze. No, with a loud roar, Zhao Ming activated all the sword qi in his body and poured it into the sword in his hand. He swung his sword in front of him, forming a circle in an attempt to block the moon beheading sword. This was his strongest defensive sword move. With a boom, the moon-beheading sword struck the circle. In just a breath's time, there was a cracking sound and the circle shattered. Zhao Ming's expression changed greatly. His eyes bulged, and all his strength poured out regardless of the load. The robe on his body exploded, and the terrifying sword qi was like a flood breaking through a dam. His valiant body seemed to be split open, and traces of blood flowed out. Block it for me!" Zhao Ming roared. His sword firmly blocked the dark, golden crescent moon that had cut through the circle. With an ear-piercing crack, the sword broke in the middle. The dark, golden crescent moon slashed through Zhao Ming's panicked body, splitting it in two. Then the dark, golden crescent moon slashed into the cave wall not far away, splitting open a deep crescent moon mark. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Countless fragments splashed out. Chumu only felt that the swollen essence, qi, and spirit poured out along with the sword. His whole body seemed to have been hollowed out, and he lost all his strength. His essence, qi, and spirit fell to the bottom of the valley. His head was dizzy as if it was about to split open. Distracting thoughts filled his mind, and countless shadows shuttled back and forth in his brain. His face was pale, as if he had lost too much blood. His body was weak, and his limbs seemed to have injured from overexertion. Sequelae! This was the sequelae of the Buried Heaven's secret sword. The Buried Heaven's secret sword could be seen as two parts, the Buried Heaven technique and the secret sword. To practice the Buried Heaven's secret sword, one must first practice the Buried Heaven technique. The Buried Heaven technique was to mobilize all of one's essence, qi, and spirit to stimulate it to 100%. Then, through burning it, one would be able to increase it by several times in an instant. Essence was the qi and blood in the body. Qi was the sword qi in the body, and spirit was the spirit and willpower. These three were the most important components of a swordsman. They were incomparably important, and one could not be missing. Otherwise, it would affect the future of a swordsman. Performing the Buried Heaven technique would burn one's essence, qi, and spirit, causing the intensity and height of one's essence, qi, and spirit to increase exponentially. After that, one would need to find a way to release it, and this method was the secret sword. The secret sword was not a specific sword move, but a technique. It could be used in most of the sword moves or sword skills. For example, Chu Mu had used it in Beheading Moon, causing its power to increase by 10 times. Of course, it was not that easy to use the secret sword in a sword skill. Since ancient times, most of the swordsmen who practiced the Buried Heaven secret sword could only release the power that was increased by burning essence, qi, and spirit. The difference between the power and using the secret sword to activate a sword skill was like heaven and earth. Like Chu Mu, who had trained the Buried Heaven secret sword to the minor completion level in a short month, and was able to use the secret sword to activate a sword skill. It was unprecedented. After the essence, qi, and spirit was burned, it would turn into a destructive flame. Then it would be released through the sword skill using the secret sword, and it would be consumed in an instant. Therefore, people would feel dizzy and weak all over. This was the aftereffect of the Buried Heaven secret sword. Fortunately, essence, qi, and spirit were different from lifespan. Once one's lifespan was consumed, it could not be recovered automatically. However, if one wanted to recover quickly, they would need to take some elixirs to help. Chu Mu's strong willpower supported him so that he would not fall down. He took out the elixirs from his spatial bracelet with difficulty. These elixirs were found in the spatial bracelet of the Deshang swordsman who had been killed by the Shura sword of Gojoseon. Spirit Calming Elixir, an elixir used to replenish spirit. Its effect was mild. Essence Blood Elixir, an elixir used to replenish qi and blood. Its effect was obvious. After consuming the 2 pills, the medicinal effects quickly spread. One flowed into his mental world, while the other flowed through his entire body. Chu Mu immediately felt a bit better. The distracting thoughts in his mind weren't as intense, and the powerlessness in his body wasn't as obvious. As time passed, he quickly recovered. As for the Sky Desolation Sword Chi, it could only be recovered by absorbing the pure Desolation Chi from the Sky Desolation Stone. This would take more time. After gaining the ability to move, Chu Mu quickly walked to the entrance of the cave. He pushed a huge rock and blocked the entrance once again. Then he returned to the cave and took out Zhao Ming's spatial bracelet. He buried the corpse and took out the Sky Desolation Stone to absorb. This place was very remote, and it was not easy to be found. Therefore, after a day, Chu Mu finally recovered completely. His essence, chi, and spirit were all restored to their peak state. If I can cultivate the Buried Heaven Secret Sword to the Deshang level, not only will I be able to use it faster, the consumption of essence, chi, and spirit will be less. Chu Mu thought to himself. The power of the Buried Heaven Secret Sword was fixed, which was a tenfold increase. However, the higher the level of cultivation, the faster one could use it. The consumption would also be less, and the side effects would be smaller. Currently, Chu Mu could only use the Buried Heaven Secret Sword once. If he could upgrade it to the Deshang level, he might be able to use it twice. Even if he couldn't use it twice, he wouldn't be in a situation where he couldn't protect himself after using it. With my current strength, 10 times the power of the Moon Severing Sword, I can kill a 7th Transformation Swordsman. I should be able to kill an 8th Transformation Swordsman as well. As for a 9th Transformation Swordsman, I might barely be able to kill one. It seems like I'll have to rely on Senior Azura Sword of Gojosian when I encounter an Origin Realm Swordsman. Chu Mu couldn't help but bitterly smile. The idea of using the Buried Heaven Secret Sword to kill an Origin Realm Swordsman had temporarily fallen through. However, if his sword intent was increased to 25%, he might be able to pose a great threat to an Origin Realm Swordsman if he used the Buried Heaven Secret Sword. However, right now, Chu Mu's sword intent was only at 22%. Junior brother, I'll have to trouble you for this month, Xiao Qianfeng said as he woke up from his cultivation. It's nothing. However, the Buried Heaven Sword sect has put a bounty on us. The two of us aren't strong enough to fight against the Buried Heaven Sword sect, Chu Mu said. Although Chu Mu could ask the Azura Sword of Gojosian to help him kill all 9 Origin Realm Swordsmen, it would consume a lot of the Azura Sword of Gojosian's spiritual energy. Secondly, it would make Chu Mu subconsciously rely on it. Unless there was no other way, he didn't want the Azura Sword of Gojosian to help him. Of course, Chu Mu still had another trick up his sleeve, the Meteor Sword energy. However, this trump card was something that could threaten the Sword of Gojosian. Using it to deal with some Origin Realm Swordsmen was a waste. Chu Mu planned to use it in a more advantageous situation. What do you think, junior brother? Xiao Qianfeng asked with a hoarse voice after thinking for a while. Us 2 brothers will leave this place first and find a place to cultivate. In a year or 2, once we reach the pinnacle, we'll head to Heavenly Connecting Peak to challenge the Heavenly Connecting Sword Tower. Then we'll start breaking through. Once we break through to the Origin Realm, we'll have enough strength to fight against the Heaven-Burying Sword sect. Xiao Qianfeng didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pondered over what Chu Mu said. Junior brother's words make sense. After 10 breaths, Xiao Qianfeng nodded in agreement with Chu Mu's suggestion. Indeed, their current strength wasn't weak. If they used their full strength, they could kill Origin Realm Swordsmen. However, the price they had to pay was great. They couldn't use it often. Their normal strength was obviously not enough to fight against the Buried Heaven Sword sect. However, if they were in the Origin Realm, it would be a different story. At that time, they would be able to contend with the Heaven-Burying Sword sect. Those swordsmen who had designs on the 2 of them would have to reconsider their own strength to see if they were enough to kill the 2 of them. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 502. Two figures tore through the air like lightning, leaving behind two streaks of light. They whooshed into the distance as if they were going to fly to the ends of the earth. Junior brother, when I first arrived at the central main sword region, I've heard of the mystical Heavenly Sword Gorge. I've always wanted to come here, but unfortunately I never had the time until now. Xiao Qianfeng transmitted his sword energy. I hope we can raise our strength to the limit in Heavenly Sword Gorge, Chumu replied. Due to the pressure of life and death from the Heaven Burial Sword sect and the desire to become stronger, Chumu and Xiao Qianfeng avoided the pursuit of many swordsmen. They left the sky-connecting mountain and headed straight for Heavenly Sword Gorge. In the blink of an eye, the two flew over the land and entered a lake. This lake was called the Chaotic Star Lake. As the wind blew, small splashes of water formed waves that slowly surged. Under the sunlight, the waves sparkled like countless crystals, but also like a dense cluster of stars that flickered endlessly. The Chaotic Star Lake seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. Chumu and Xiao Qianfeng raised their speed to the limit. The sword energy wings on their backs flapped, and they shot out like an aurora. Apart from the two of them, there were also some figures not far away that could be seen flying quickly. Heavenly Sword Gorge is just across from us, Xiao Qianfeng said. Chumu nodded and didn't say anything. They left the sky-connecting mountain, causing the Heaven Burial Sword sect's hope of capturing them to fail. As for Xiaoyu, according to Chumu's secret investigation, he seemed to be hiding and wasn't caught by the Heaven Burial Sword sect. To the Heaven Burial Sword sect, he was just a small character that posed no threat. By the time the Heaven Burial Sword sect remembered to capture Chumu and Xiao Qianfeng's accomplice, Xiaoyu, he had already disappeared. Only then could Chumu and Xiao Qianfeng leave without any worries. When they returned, it would be the day of the Heaven Burial Sword sect's destruction. They flew for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, they passed by many islands on the Chaotic Star Lake. These islands were of different sizes. Some were inhabited by humans, while others were barren. On the 4th day, Chumu and Xiao Qianfeng saw land. Behind the land was a canyon. Is this the Heavenly Sword Gorge? Looking at the incomparably huge canyon before them, Chumu's eyes were filled with excitement. Xiao Qianfeng was the same. The so-called Heavenly Sword Gorge was formed when a mountain was split open from the middle, resulting in a huge and straight crack. According to the records, the Heavenly Sword Gorge's predecessor was a mountain. As for what it was called, no one knew. Perhaps it was forgotten because it was not important. It happened 10,000 years ago. At that time, the mountain was 5,000 meters high. It was split open by a sword saint. As for why the sword saint split the mountain in half, there were many theories. The most popular one was that the sword saint was chasing an enemy and happened to catch up with him here. With one slash, not only did he eliminate his enemy, but he also split the mountain in half. When the mountain was split apart, it was no longer a mountain but a canyon. The canyon was at least 5,000 meters high, towering between heaven and earth. This was because the sword saint's slash contained his own sword intent. It filled the entire canyon and permeated every inch of the canyon, causing a fundamental change. If any living creature approached within 100 miles, their souls would be crushed by the terrifying and intense sword intent. Their souls would scatter and they would die. As a result, this canyon formed by the splitting of the mountain was called the Heavenly Sword Gorge. Heavenly Sword meant the sword of heaven's might. After 5,000 years, the sword intent here weakened to a level that powerful sword of Gojosian could withstand. At that time, powerful sword of Gojosian level experts would come here to resist the sword intent here. At the same time, they would comprehend and improve their own understanding of the sword Tao. After another 3,000 years, the sword intent weakened to a level that powerful sword of Gojosian level experts could withstand. It no longer had any effect on Sword of Gojosian level experts. So the swordsmen who came here to comprehend became powerful Sword of Gojosian level experts. Now, the sword intent had weakened again and was no longer effective on powerful Sword of Gojosian level experts. Only weaker Sword of Gojosian level and below could benefit from the sword intent. However, swordsmen who had yet to comprehend sword intent were still unable to approach this place, even though the range of the sword intent in the Heavenly Sword Gorge had shrunk from 100 miles to 10 miles. The Heavenly Sword Gorge was completely barren. At a glance, it seemed to be formed from a mixture of yellowish-brown stones and mud. Not a single blade of grass grew, because the sword intent left behind by the Sword Saint was far too powerful. All the vegetation at the foot of the mountain had their vitality wiped out and turned to dust. Since then, the mountain had remained barren. As for the interior of the gorge, the sword intent was the strongest and most terrifying. Now, without the strength of a sword of Gojosian level, it was impossible to enter. Even if it was a normal sword of Gojosian level, it would be extremely difficult for them to enter the gorge. If they were not careful, their soul would shatter and they would die. Chu Mu glanced around and discovered that other than him and Xiao Qianfeng, there were hundreds of swordsmen scattered around. Most of these swordsmen were at the Origin Realm. A small portion of them were like him and Xiao Qianfeng, Qi High Realm swordsmen who had comprehended sword intent. Of course, if a swordsman who had not comprehended sword intent had some special treasures that could temporarily resist the sword intent's invasion, they would have a great chance of comprehending sword intent. Senior brother, let's go. Chu Mu withdrew his gaze and said as he started walking. They were still 10 miles away, so they could feel the faint sword intense ripples. However, these ripples would not affect them. After walking about 1,000 meters forward, Chu Mu suddenly felt the sword intent become more intense. Moreover, it was extremely tenacious. Wave after wave, it was as if the waves were endless and endless. This sword intent did not target the body but the mind. Once the mind could not withstand the sword intense attack and collapsed, the soul would be injured. Then the sword intent would directly attack the soul, causing the soul to be destroyed. Chu Mu immediately removed all distracting thoughts and focused 120% of his sword intent. He used his 22% sword intent to resist the unceasing sword intense attack. Xiao Qianfeng was the same. However, Xiao Qianfeng's sword intent was not as strong as Chu Mu's, so it was a bit harder for him to resist. Chu Mu resisted as he walked forward. If he wanted to achieve the best effect of comprehending sword intent, he would have to challenge his own limits. Right now, he was only 10 miles away from the Heavenly Sword Gorge and was only being attacked by the sword intense attack. He was still very far from his limits. His footsteps were very fast. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu had advanced another 1 mile. The sword intense strength had increased by a lot, but Chu Mu still did not feel like he had reached his limits. Not long after, Chu Mu had advanced another 1 mile. At this point, he started to feel the pressure from the sword intense attack. It was already unbearable. Xiao Qianfeng was behind Chu Mu and stopped at a distance of 8 miles away from the Heavenly Sword Gorge. He wanted to take a step forward, but it was as if he was blocked by an invisible wall. He was unable to land his foot on the ground. His face was pale. In the end, he could only helplessly withdraw his foot and sit down cross-legged. This was already his limit. Chu Mu unceasingly blocked the unceasing sword intent attacks, using his own 22% sword intent to firmly resist. After silently standing there for a moment, he lifted his foot and stepped forward, heavily stepping down. In an instant, Chu Mu felt that the oncoming sword intent seemed to have strengthened by a sliver. In a spurt of energy, he continuously took 3 steps forward. He only stopped when he was 2 miles away. He felt that this was his current limit. Looking at the strength of the sword intent in the Heavenly Sword Gorge will most likely dissipate in another 500 years. A voice sounded in Chu Mu's ears. It was the Azura sword of Gojoseon's soft sai. At this moment, Chu Mu did not dare to be distracted. He was completely focused on using his 22% sword intent to resist the sword intent of the Heavenly Sword Gorge. As a result, he was unable to respond to the Azura sword of Gojoseon's words. The Azura sword of Gojoseon seemed to know this as well, but he still sighed to himself, several thousand years ago, I also came here to resist and comprehend the sword intent. The sword intent back then was many times stronger than it is now. The sword saint who split open the Heavenly Sword Gorge was called the Unending Sword Saint. The sword intent he comprehended was called the Unending Sword Intent. It means endless. As a result, the sword intent left behind by the Unending Sword Saint is an elemental sword intent. It is more tenacious and condensed than normal sword intent, and it also has a continuous and endless feeling. The Azura sword of Gojoseon said, slowly, the current strength of the Heavenly Sword Gorge's sword intent is about 10% of 1 mile. You need to have a sword intent of the same strength to resist it. However, the elemental sword intent is more powerful than normal sword intent, and it also has various abilities that normal sword intents do not have. For example, the unending sword intent is not much stronger than normal sword intent in terms of strength. Its main characteristic is that it is endless and continuous. This is also the reason why this sword intent can remain in the Heavenly Sword Gorge for 10,000 years without dissipating. Chu Mu heard everything the Azura sword of Gojoseon said. Although he did not dare to be distracted, he was still able to remember everything the Azura sword of Gojoseon said. Among the elemental sword intents, the destruction sword intent is the most destructive. It is more than twice as powerful as normal sword intents. The annihilation sword intent is slightly weaker, while the slaughter sword intent is about the same as the annihilation sword intent. The unending sword intent that remains here is only about 20% stronger than normal sword intents. The Azura sword of Gojoseon continued, explaining the differences between sword intents to Chu Mu. It opened a whole new door for Chu Mu, allowing him to see even more mysteries. Those who inherit the Mahayana sword Tao will often be able to comprehend the related elemental sword intent. Only then will they be able to display the power of the sword Tao to the extreme and walk further on the path of the sword Tao. However, since you have decided to walk the path of creating your own sword Tao, you must comprehend your own elemental sword intent. When the time comes, creating your own sword intent will be twice the result with half the effort. In comparison, Shao Qianfeng did not have Chu Mu's luck. Of course, Shao Qianfeng, who had inherited the lifeless sword Tao, might know about this. However, Chu Mu had never asked, and he had never mentioned it. Although the Azura sword of Gojoseon had the intention of taking Shao Qianfeng as his disciple, he had only told Chu Mu so far. This was because he was not 100% sure that he wanted to take Shao Qianfeng as his disciple. Thus, Shao Qianfeng did not know about the existence of the Azura sword of Gojoseon. When he knew about the existence of the Azura sword of Gojoseon, it would probably be the time for him to become the Azura sword of Gojoseon's disciple. The Azura sword of Gojoseon seemed to have finished speaking and fell silent again. Chu Mu was still bitterly resisting the unending sword intent. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 503. The seemingly endless and unending sword intent kept rushing over. The source was the Heavenly Sword Gorge that had been split open by the sword. Chu Mu had been sitting there for 3 days and 3 nights. This had attracted many people's attention. Even Shao Qianfeng was shocked. Because 2 days ago, Shao Qianfeng had retreated 5 kilometers away from the never-ending sword intent because he was unable to withstand the impact of the never-ending sword intent. He rested for an entire half a day before he once again walked into the range of the never-ending sword intent and resisted it once more. Even though 10,000 years had passed, even though the never-ending sword intent had weakened, from the point where even the sword of Gojoseon couldn't withstand it to the point where any swordsman who had comprehended sword intent could withstand it. After all, the never-ending sword intent was left behind by a sword saint. It was still very powerful. In the face of this endless and continuous sword intent, it was as if he was standing in the sea and being hit by endless waves. Using one's own sword intent consumed mental strength. Although the mental strength consumed each time wasn't much and could be recovered with some time, the problem was that when facing the impact of the never-ending sword intent, one couldn't find the slightest time to recover mental strength. As time passed, one's mental strength would continue to be consumed. Once it was depleted, not only would one be unable to use sword intent to resist the impact of the never-ending sword intent, one would even fall unconscious. Once one fainted, one's mental world would be damaged or even shattered by the impact of the never-ending sword intent. This would affect one's soul and ultimately cause one's soul to disperse. Therefore, every swordsman who came here to resist the never-ending sword intent to increase their own sword intent would pay close attention to the consumption of their mental strength. Once it reached 80%, they would immediately retreat and leave the range of 10 miles away. They would either wait for their mental strength to recover or use pills or special treasures that could speed up the recovery of their mental strength. After their mental strength recovered to its peak, they would enter the range of the never-ending sword intent again. If they wanted to wait for their mental strength to recover naturally, the speed would be very slow. A normal swordsman would need at least a day and a night. Xiao Qianfeng had taken pills similar to the spirit calming pill to recover to its peak in half a day. However, it had been 3 days and 3 nights since Chu Mu had entered the range of the never-ending sword intent. Yet he was still resisting the never-ending sword intent. It was impossible for a sword Grand Master swordsman to do so. Only those in the astral realm could do so. If it weren't for the fact that there wasn't a hint of pain on his face, others would have thought that he was unable to move due to overexertion of his mental strength. Junior brother Chu is really mysterious and unfathomable. Xiao Qianfeng sighed lightly and entered the range of the never-ending sword intent once again. This time he took a step forward. Although it wasn't much, it showed that he had made slight progress in his sword intent. Where did this young man come from? Many of the primary realm swordsmen who had noticed Chu Mu began to guess. They could see that Chu Mu's cultivation level was only at the peak of the Qi-Hai realm, and he had not reached the peak of the Qi-Hai realm. Being able to comprehend sword intent was already surprising. But what was even more surprising was that he was 8 miles away from the Heavenly Sword Gorge. This meant that his comprehension of sword intent had exceeded 20%. Originally, they thought that this young man was a genius in their hearts. But now, this young man had been under the attack of the never-ending sword intent for 3 days and 3 nights without any signs of discomfort. Was he a monster? Chu Mu didn't know what others thought of him. Although he had some understanding of the Heavenly Sword Gorge, he didn't care about some common sense. After all, as long as one wasn't an idiot, they would know that retreating when one's mental strength was about to run out was an instinct of life. The reason why Chu Mu was able to hold on for so long was because of his powerful soul. His soul was 10 times stronger than other swordsmen of the same level. Although he hadn't fully unleashed his potential yet, in terms of strength and quality, he could at least unleash 3 times the power. This 3 times meant that Chu Mu had more and purer mental strength, as well as a faster recovery speed. It was an obvious advantage. This was also the reason why Chu Mu was able to hold on for 3 days and 3 nights and was labeled as a monster. However, after holding on for so long, Chu Mu felt that he only had about 70% of his mental strength left. Although he could at least hold on for half a day or more, in order to ensure his own safety, it was necessary to conserve 30% of his mental strength. He stood up and took a step back. Immediately, he felt that the never-ending sword intent had weakened quite a bit. As soon as Chu Mu moved, Many swordsmen's gazes were attracted to him. After all, not all swordsmen wanted to push themselves to the limit. After retreating 10 miles away, Chu Mu didn't take out any elixirs to consume. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and meditated, recovering his mental strength according to the meditation technique of a swordsman. After about 4 hours, Chu Mu's mental strength had completely recovered. Recovering mental strength was good. For example, filling a pool with water. The larger the pool, the higher the upper limit of mental strength, and the longer it would take to fill it. However, if the small water pipe was replaced with a large water pipe, the result would be different. For example, one would have a stronger soul. Since his mental strength had completely recovered, Chu Mu took out some rations to fill his stomach. Then he walked back into the never-ending sword and tent area and walked back to his original position. Chu Mu's appearance shocked many swordsmen. A few of them were almost injured by the never-ending sword and tent because they relaxed their minds. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They didn't dare to be distracted and focused on resisting. Freak! What a freak! Many swordsmen roared in their hearts. At the same time, they were envious and jealous. One had to know that the longer one resisted the never-ending sword and tent, the better the effect. For example, Chu Mu, resisting the never-ending sword and tent for 3 days and 3 nights at a time. The effect was at least 5 times better than others who resisted for 1 day and night and then rested. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In a month, Xiao Qianfeng rested a total of 20 times. The total amount of time he rested added up to about 10 days. However, Chu Mu was completely different. In a month, the total amount of time he rested didn't even reach 2 days. His harvest was 3 times more than Xiao Qianfeng's. Sword and tent at 24%. This heavenly sword gorge is really an excellent place to comprehend sword and tent. Chu Mu sighed as he rested again. Originally, he would need at least 3 months of comprehension to increase his sword intent by 1%. Especially after his sword intent reached 20%, it would take even longer to increase it by 1%. He didn't expect that his sword intent would reach 24% from the original 22% in just a month in the Heavenly Sword Gorge. Although it had been a while since it reached 22% and wasn't far from 23%, this speed was still many times faster than before. I'll stay here and increase my sword intent to the limit. I'll also cultivate the heavenly desolation, sword chi, in my spare time. Chu Mu said to himself. Now, when he recovered his mental strength, he would take out the heavenly desolation stone to absorb it. This method of recovering and cultivating at the same time was relatively common here. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to Chu Mu's situation. The further one's sword intent went, the harder it was to increase it. Especially for Qi High Realm swordsmen, it was already very impressive to be able to comprehend sword intent. Increasing sword intent to 20% was extremely rare. Increasing sword intent beyond 20% was even rarer and more difficult. Otherwise, with the talent of Zhu Wu Dao and Yan Jiao, coupled with the large amount of resources from the sword sect, they wouldn't only be able to comprehend sword intent to 25%. One had to know that there were sword saints in the 10 major sword sects. Although the 10 major sword sects didn't necessarily have a place like the Heavenly Sword Gorge, they did have similar treasures. Cultivating every day allowed Chu Mu's sword chi to increase bit by bit. As long as he reached the peak, his sword intent would also reach the limit of what he could comprehend. Then he would be able to break through to the 9th transformation realm. The limit of a Qi High Realm swordsman's sword intent was closely related to the swordsman's spirit and will. To put it bluntly, it was directly related to the soul. With Chu Mu's soul, the limit of his sword intent would definitely be higher than other swordsmen. Time passed, month after month. Some swordsmen reached their limit and left. There were also new swordsmen who arrived to comprehend sword intent. Although the limit of the Heavenly Sword Gorge was for people to comprehend sword intent to 100%, Not everyone could do so. There was a limit. Once one reached the limit, they would not be able to comprehend sword intent anymore. They would have to rely on themselves to slowly comprehend sword intent and slowly improve. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. His sword chi was still at the complete chi high realm, but it had improved a lot compared to half a year ago. According to Chu Mu's estimation, his sword chi would be able to reach the peak of the complete chi high realm within the next half year. Sword intent, I have finally reached 27%. Chu Mu's face revealed a sincere smile. 27% sword intent was much stronger than the previous 22%. If he used the Beheading Moon and the Burying Heaven secret sword, he would definitely be able to kill a normal origin realm swordsman. I feel that my sword intent has not reached its limit yet. I can continue to improve it. 28%, 29%, or even 30%. After improving his sword intent to this point, every improvement would be harder. Chu Mu did not dare to hope for too much. In this half a year, Xiao Qianfeng's sword intent had also improved a lot. Although the improvement could not be compared to Chu Mu's, it was still more than 20%. It had reached 21%. Compared to half a year ago, it had increased by 20%. As for sword chi, Xiao Qianfeng had already reached the peak of the complete chi high realm. Now, all he needed to do was to increase his sword intent to the limit and control the heaven and earth spirit chi to 100%. Then he would be able to break through to the 9th transformation realm. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. A boom reverberated in Chu Mu's mental world like a thunderclap. 30%. My sword intent has reached 30%. Chu Mu's body trembled as ecstasy surged in his heart. 30% sword intent. He felt a bit of disbelief. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 504. 30% sword intent is my current limit. I can't improve it any further. Another month passed. Chu Mu sat cross-legged, 7 miles away from the sky, Sword Gorge. He looked a little helpless. Immediately his eyebrows relaxed. He felt that he was a little greedy. To be able to comprehend 30% sword intent in the Chi High realm, he believed that there were not many people in history who could do that. The Tian Huang sword Chi has also reached its peak. My control of the spiritual Chi of heaven and earth has also reached 100%. The current me has accumulated to the limit. I can break through to the 9th transformation realm at any time. Chu Mu muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. However, breaking through to the 9th transformation realm was not a small matter. It was a matter of great importance. If he was not careful, it could affect his future. However, Chu Mu was not willing to find a secret place to seclude himself for a year or two like other people. Taking a step back, as a scattered swordsman who did not join any sect, it was very difficult to find a secret and safe place to seclude himself. Didn't you get a great sword forging technique? The Shura sword of Gojoseon seemed to know what Chu Mu was thinking and said, "Senior, what advice do you have?" Chu Mu's eyes lit up. The Shura sword of Gojoseon was an ancient sword of Gojoseon. His knowledge and experience were not something that he could compare with. Do you know that in ancient times, every truly powerful swordsman had mastered the great sword forging technique? The Shura sword of Gojoseon said slowly, "Senior sword of Gojoseon, a swordsman needs to be fully focused when practicing the sword. To climb to the peak of the way of the sword, one needs to spend a lot of time. If one is distracted while forging the sword, won't it delay the progress and cause the last two things to fail?" Chu Mu asked. This was his current thought. At the same time, it was also a tacit statement that was passed down in the ancient sword continent. "Foolish!" The Azura sword of Gojoseon shouted, but then fell silent. After a long while, he spoke again. "It is normal for you to think this way. After all, under normal circumstances, a swordsman's energy is limited. He can only focus on one thing. Once he is distracted, it is very likely that he will end up with two things in the end. Chu Mu didn't say anything. He felt that the Azura sword of Gojoseon wasn't finished yet. There would be a twist. However, there are exceptions to everything. A swordsman practicing the sword is also refining the sword. Practicing and refining are different, but they complement each other. The Azura sword of Gojoseon organized his words and continued. Do you know that the top 10 sword sects of the central main sword domain have not only passed down the Mahayana sword Dao, but they also have a sword forging technique. The great art of sword forging is different from the art of sword forging. The art of sword forging is just a small skill. Those who master the art of sword forging can only stop at the level of sword forging grandmaster. At most, they can only forge top-grade swords. However, with the great art of sword forging, one can become a sword forging grandmaster or even a sword forging grandmaster. They can forge royal grade swords or even swords above royal grade. The Azura sword of Gojoseon's tone was slightly excited. A truly brilliant swordsman will forge the swords he uses himself. This is because only he knows his own characteristics and needs. He can forge the most suitable sword according to his own needs, and he can unleash even greater power. In addition, while forging the sword, it is also a kind of sorting out one's swordsmanship, allowing one to further understand the path of the sword Dao. The Azura sword of Gojoseon concluded. In short, since you have a great art of sword forging, you should cultivate it well. It will be more beneficial for you. I suggest that when you break through to the 9th transformation realm, you don't have to specially find a secret place. As the saying goes, great hermits hide in the city. This is precisely the case. The effect is better than going into seclusion. Doing the opposite. After hearing the Azura sword of Gojoseon's words, Chu Mu's mind became active. Indeed, on the ancient sword continent, when most of the sword practitioners wanted to break through to the 9th transformation realm, they would find a secluded place and go into seclusion to avoid being disturbed. They would only come out after breaking through to the origin realm. If it was short, it would take 1 or 2 years. If it was long, it would take more than 10 years. Some swordsmen would even go into seclusion for dozens of years without coming out. Senior, when ancient swordsmen broke through to the 9th transformation realm, did they go into seclusion like now or... Chu Mu's mind flashed as he suddenly asked. They didn't go into seclusion. The Azura sword of Gojoseon was silent for a moment before answering. In fact, although the Azura sword of Gojoseon was an ancient sword of Gojoseon, compared to the ancient times, it was still countless years away. The reason why it knew these secrets was because it was eager to learn and was especially interested in ancient matters. It had spent a lot of time researching. Otherwise, with its talent, it wouldn't have only cultivated to the sword of Gojoseon level. It would have reached the sword saint level long ago. If you are willing, then listen to me and do what an ancient swordsman should do. The Azura sword of Gojoseon said, Senior sword of Gojoseon wouldn't harm me. Why wouldn't I listen? Moreover, I also yearn to be an ancient swordsman. What kind of glory would that be? Chu Mu smiled. When ancient swordsmen broke through to the 9th transformation realm, they would travel outside as usual. Most of them would have their own elders secretly following and protecting them. Most of them would be able to break through the 9th transformation realm and reach the origin realm within a few years. A small number of swordsmen wouldn't have their elders following them because they have the ability to protect themselves. It would be easy for such swordsmen to become the sword of Gojoseon in the future. The Azura sword of Gojoseon said, Since you have decided to imitate the ancient swordsmen, there's one thing you must do before breaking through to the 9th transformation realm. What is it? Chu Mu's tone became serious when he heard the Azura sword of Gojoseon's serious words. Condense the sword soul. The Azura sword of Gojosian said, solemnly word by word, "Condense the sword soul?" Chu Mu revealed a shocked expression. Of course, he knew what a sword soul was. There were 5 titles for swordsman: Sword Hero, Sword Sovereign, Sword of Gojosian, Sword Saint, and Sword God. To obtain the title of Sword Hero, one needed to master sword force to perfection and fulfill other conditions. As for Sword Sovereign, it corresponded to sword intent. Then, the sword soul was above the sword intent and corresponded to the sword of Gojosian. In other words, only by comprehending the sword intent to perfection and obtaining some sort of opportunity could one finally condense the sword soul and incorporate the sword intent into the sword soul. At that time, the sword intent would become even more condensed and powerful, and its power would increase exponentially. Senior Sword of Gojosian, I have only comprehended 30% of the sword intent. Chu Mu was shocked and puzzled at the same time. I know that when the sword intent reaches perfection and then condenses the sword soul, this is what ordinary swordsmen do. However, ancient swordsmen would condense the sword soul before their sword intent reaches perfection. Once the sword soul is condensed and the sword intent reaches perfection, as long as one's cultivation level is high enough, the sword of Gojosian will naturally be formed. The Azura sword of Gojosian said solemnly, I know of a secret technique for ancient swordsmen to condense the sword soul. The minimum requirement is 30% of the sword intent and a powerful soul, supplemented by the sword soul spiritual root as a primer. There's at least a 50% chance of condensing the sword soul. With the strength of your soul, the success rate of condensing the sword soul should be more than 50%. When Chu Mu was silent, the Azura sword of Gojosian continued, If the condensation is successful, the sword soul will be formed. If the condensation fails, if you are lucky, you will suffer some damage and recover in a few years. If you are unlucky, the sword intent will be scattered and your soul will be damaged. You may not be able to advance for the rest of your life. The choice is up to you. This was a big matter, so Chu Mu did not answer immediately. Instead, he pondered. On one hand, success meant reaching the heavens, and failure meant entering a bottomless abyss. On the other hand, he could give up and follow the swordsmen of the ancient sword continent, cultivating step by step. Chu Mu stood in the middle. How should he choose? If he did not know, Chu Mu would not have been in a difficult position. But now that he knew, everything was different. The sword is an unconventional path. A swordsman must bravely forge ahead, cutting through all obstacles. Chu Mu thought to himself. His eyes suddenly became resolute, and there was a trace of light flowing in them. The 30% sword intent was ready to move. He clenched his fists and said, Senior Sword of Gojosian, I choose to condense the sword soul. Good. The Shura sword of Gojosian's tone had a kind of heartfelt gratification. In the past year, you have been receiving the impact of the unending sword intent. Although your sword intent is not an elemental sword intent, it is more condensed, tenacious, and powerful than a normal swordsman's sword intent. In terms of power, it is not inferior to a normal 30% sword intent. Moreover, your soul is very powerful. As long as you are fully prepared, the success rate of condensing the sword soul will not be lower than 70%. Even if you fail, with me watching from the side, you will not be injured. Senior Sword of Gojosian, what should I do next? Chu Mu's eyes shone. Enter the heavenly sword gorge and search for the sword soul spiritual root. The higher the quality of the sword soul spiritual root, the better the effect. The Shura sword of Gojosian said, You don't have to worry. Just walk forward. With me here, nothing will happen. Hearing this, Chu Mu immediately stood up and took a step forward. After landing, he took a second step, which suddenly became very difficult. The unending sword intense power had increased by a lot, almost causing his resistance to collapse. The moment Chu Mu moved, he immediately attracted the attention of many swordsmen in the surroundings. They were all shocked, and their attention was all on Chumu. As his step landed, a strange scene appeared. It was as if there was no resistance at all. In the eyes of others, Chumu's speed suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed 100 meters. His speed was getting faster and faster. Finally, he approached the Heavenly Sword Gorge, like a flash of lightning. At the front, there was a powerful Origin Realm swordsman. He was only 1 mile away from the Heavenly Sword Gorge. This meant that this swordsman had already comprehended 90% of his sword intent. Immediately after, this powerful swordsman felt his vision blur. A figure instantly passed him and rushed towards the Heavenly Sword Gorge. What is going on? This powerful swordsman was stunned. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. His eyeballs almost popped out. Chumu couldn't feel the slightest bit of the unending sword intense impact. However, he was very excited and his blood was boiling. He was very clear that the unending sword intense impact here was very terrifying. If it wasn't for the Shura sword of Gojoseon blocking it, his spiritual world would have been destroyed in an instant. Even his soul would have been destroyed. With a whoosh, Chumu's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. He rushed into the Heavenly Sword Gorge as if he had never appeared. It was like an illusion. All that was left was the mountain breeze and a group of swordsmen who were dumbfounded. They all looked as if they had seen a ghost. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 505. The interior of the Heavenly Sword Canyon was extremely dark. Even if Chumu had the perfect vision sword, he was still unable to ignore this kind of darkness. It greatly interfered with his vision, and he could only see things within a few dozen meters. Anything beyond 50 meters would become blurry, and anything beyond 100 meters would become blurry. Even if he looked at things a few meters away, he would feel like an ordinary person in the evening. Squinting his eyes, a divine light flickered in his eyes. Chumu carefully looked around. There were only rocks, barren, devoid of life, and filled with a deathly stillness. The canyon was several hundred meters wide and filled with gravel. In front of him was a canyon passage that led to an unknown place, as if there was no end. On the left and right were mountain walls that were 5,000 meters tall. The mountain walls were straight and smooth, and from top to bottom, they were like tofu that had been cut by a knife. Strong sword intent was constantly being released from the mountain walls and the ground beneath his feet, rushing in all directions and colliding with each other, forming countless sharp sounds that reverberated within the canyon, as if ghosts were circling. Although there was nothing terrifying in this kind of place, this kind of environment was deathly stillness without the slightest bit of life. There was also an inexplicable pressure that went straight to the depths of one's heart and soul. It was enough to make people with weak willpower go crazy. This place is very strange. With your current ability, you can't stay here for too long. Quickly search for the sword, soul, spiritual root. The Azura sword of Gojoseon appeared and reminded. Then he pointed at Chumu's forehead, leaving behind a sword intent to protect Chumu, preventing the sword intent here from destroying his spiritual world. Senior, what does the sword soul spiritual root look like? Chumu asked as he moved quickly. His eyes shot out cold lightning as he carefully scanned every corner. It's the shape of a plant's rhizome. There's a strong sword intent fluctuation. The Azura sword of Gojoseon replied. After 15 minutes, Chumu had already carefully scanned the area within a radius of several hundred meters. He didn't find anything other than rocks and soil, and here the pressure on his soul was increasing bit by bit, making Chumu feel a little uncomfortable. Time passed slowly. Chumu moved forward a few dozen meters and continued his search. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, it was still within his tolerance range. As long as there is a sword intent left in a place for more than 1,000 years, there's a chance that a sword soul spirit root will appear. The unending sword intent here has been here for more than 10,000 years. It is certain that there is a sword, soul spirit root. As the Azura sword of Gojoseon helped search, it said, some plants have their vitality annihilated under the sword intent. However, there are some special existences that can leave behind a little root. As time passes, this root will gradually adapt to the sword intent here. It can even absorb the sword intent bit by bit and eventually become a sword soul spirit root. As Chumu listened to the Azura sword of Gojoseon explain the origin of the sword soul spirit root, he searched carefully. However, he still found nothing. Clearly, this sword soul spirit root wasn't a cabbage. The Azura sword of Gojoseon's search method was faster and more direct than Chumu's. It released the power of the soul and swept across everything within a radius of several hundred meters. The two searched in different directions. Another 15 minutes passed. Chumu felt even more pressure and was even more uncomfortable. Search, search, search. At this moment, Chumu wished he could split into a million and search the entire canyon. Maybe the sword soul spirit root here has already been dug up by powerful swordsmen. Chumu thought to himself. He could only rely on his luck to continue his search. Chumu's luck had always been good. After another 15 minutes, just as Chumu was starting to feel a little dizzy, he saw something different from the soil and rocks. He quickly rushed over and dug it out. It was a piece of root, about the size of a baby's palm. It was yellowish-brown in color, hard like a rock in his hand, but it exuded strong sword intent fluctuations. Senior sword of Gojoseon, is this the sword soul spirit root? Chumu raised the thing in his hand and asked. The Azura sword of Gojoseon appeared beside Chumu with a swoosh sound. He glanced at it and smiled. It is indeed the sword soul spirit root, and a mid-grade one at that. Its effect is better than a low-grade one. In that case, let's leave. Chumu said. The pressure here was making him very uncomfortable. All right, after so many years of digging, the sword soul spirit root here has become very rare. It is already a great fortune to be able to find a mid-grade one, the Azura sword of Gojoseon said. He turned into a shadow and entered the small dark red sword. Chumu stored the sword soul spirit root in his spatial bracelet and immediately used his movement technique to quickly leave the canyon. He didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. With a swoosh sound, Chumu rushed out of the canyon. The swordsmen outside stared at Chumu with wide eyes. Their bodies trembled as they stared at Chumu in a daze, as if they wanted to see through him. Senior brother, let's go. Chumu transmitted his voice when he passed by Xiao Qianfeng. He spread out his sword chi wings and quickly left. Xiao Qianfeng was stunned at first, but he immediately got up and spread out his sword chi wings and quickly left as well. While many swordsmen were in a daze, Chumu and Xiao Qianfeng were already far away, making their plan to approach Chumu fail. Junior brother, what happened? Xiao Qianfeng couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart and transmitted his voice. Because Chumu was able to enter the Heavenly Sword Canyon, this was a very inconceivable thing. Xiao Qianfeng was puzzled by the fact that he left immediately after entering. Senior brother will know in the future, Chumu said. Xiao Qianfeng didn't ask any more. Senior brother, how is your comprehension of sword intent? Chumu asked. 25% is my current limit, Xiao Qianfeng replied. I have already reached the limit that I can break through. Me too. After leaving this time, I will find a place to break through. Chumu said. Junior brother, I have a suitable place to break through, but only I can enter. Xiao Qianfeng hesitated for a moment before saying, Senior brother, don't worry. I also have a suitable way to break through. Chumu smiled. That's good. Xiao Qianfeng heaved a sigh of relief. Since that's the case, junior brother, let's go to the Heavenly Sword Pagoda first and break through to the 9th transformation realm. What do you think? You go to the Heavenly Sword Pagoda first. I need some time to organize the secret method of condensing the sword soul. Azura, sort of Gojosian, said. Okay. Chu Mu immediately answered Xiao Qianfeng. The two of them quickly flew above the chaotic star lake and quickly flew in the direction of the heavenly sword pagoda. In an entire year, Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng seemed to have evaporated into thin air, disappearing without a trace. Buried Heaven Sword Sec's people had nowhere to find them. Buried Heaven Sword Sec's senior Buried Heaven was so angry that he almost went crazy. As for the swordsmen who had searched everywhere for Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng in order to obtain high-quality spirit stones, after half a year of hard work, they all quieted down because they didn't have the slightest clue. They didn't know where Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng went. So how could they find them? Therefore, when Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng approached the heavenly sword pagoda again and asked a little, they smiled knowingly. Many things happened in the central sword domain every day. Almost nothing lasted for a long time. For example, the matter of Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng being hunted down passed in just a few months. When the two of them appeared at the top of the heavenly sword mountain again, not many people even noticed them. Even if someone did, they didn't pay much attention, as if they didn't know the two of them. In fact, the two of them belonged to the category of people who were about to be forgotten. Because in this year, the competition for rankings in the Heavenly Sword Pagoda was very fierce, so the swordsmen who often hung around here put all their attention on it. Listening to the discussions of the swordsmen beside them, Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng also understood how fierce the competition for rankings in the Heavenly Sword Pagoda had been in the year they weren't around, especially the competition for the top 10. Glancing at the Heavenly Sword Hero ranking, the first place was Zhong Qingtian, the second was Zhu Wudao, the third was Yan Jiu, the fourth was Gu Jianghe, the fifth was Shi Fenglai, the sixth was Demonic Lion Domination, and the seventh was Han Bingyu. As for Chu Mu, he had actually run to the 10th place, and Xiao Qianfeng had run to the 18th place. In just a year, the two of their rankings had dropped greatly. Coupled with the fact that they had never appeared before, they were naturally forgotten by many people. The competition for rankings on the Heavenly Sword Hero ranking was mainly focused on Zhong Qingtian, Zhu Wudao, Yan Jiu, Gu Jianghe, Shi Fenglai, Han Bingyu, and Demonic Lion Domination. Every once in a while, they would challenge the Heavenly Sword Pagoda and raise their rankings. Not long after, their rankings would be surpassed by others, and so on and so forth. But until now, Zhong Qingtian's best record was still at the 31st level. Zhu Wudao and Yan Jiu were also at the 31st level, while Gu Jianghe had reached the 30th level. As for Shi Fenglai, Han Bingyu, and Demonic Lion Domination, they had all reached the 30th level. At this time, someone was challenging the Heavenly Sword Pagoda, going up level by level. He had already reached the 30th level, and it looked like he was one of the 7. After a while, the 30th level dimmed, and the 31st level lit up. I wonder if Yan Jiu can pass the 31st level this time and take the championship in one fell swoop. I think it'll be difficult. It's too difficult to pass the 31st level. This year has been really exciting. I wonder who will be ranked first in the end and reach the top with an unsurpassed attitude, breaking through in one fell swoop. After about a quarter of an hour, the 31st level suddenly darkened, and a figure quickly appeared. It was a young swordsman wearing a yellow robe who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. He had a very ordinary appearance, but as long as you saw him, you would never forget him, because his temperament was very unique and his eyes were gray, giving off a lifeless feeling. He was Yan Jiu, a disciple of the Yellow Spring Sword Sect. Yan Jiu didn't say a word. He only glanced at his ranking and saw that he had jumped to 2nd place. Frowning slightly, he immediately left. Junior brother, I'll challenge the Heavenly Sword Pagoda first. As his voice fell, Xiao Qianfeng turned into a ray of light and rushed into the Heavenly Sword Pagoda. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 506. The 28th level lit up. After a while, the 28th level darkened, and the 29th level lit up. In this year, senior brother Xiao has improved a lot. Chu Mu's face flashed with a smile as he silently said. After a while, the 29th level darkened, but the 30th level lit up. He's reached the 30th level. Who's that guy? I've never seen him before. A portion of the swordsmen at the top of the Heavenly Link Mountain had only arrived in the past year. That person isn't demonic Lion Duba, nor Shifeng Lai, and definitely not Han Bingyu. Let me think. I think I've seen him before. Some of the swordsmen were deep in thought. After a while, a swordsman's eyes lit up. He glanced at the Heavenly Link Sword Pagoda a few times, then shifted his gaze to Chu Mu. After staring at Chu Mu's face for a while, he quickly turned and left, spreading his wings of sword chi and leaving. Chu Mu quickly turned back and looked at the rapidly departing figure. His heart skipped a beat, and he smiled slightly, retracted his gaze, and returned it to the Heavenly Link Sword Pagoda. The 30th level lit up for about 15 minutes, then darkened again. A figure flew out from the Heavenly Link Sword Pagoda and landed steadily. His aura fluctuated greatly, and the terrifying sharpness made the surrounding swordsmen somewhat uncomfortable, and they all retreated to distance themselves. After a while, the rankings on the Heavenly Link Sword Pagoda changed again. Xiao Qianfeng's ranking suddenly rose from 18th to the top 10, and he reached 5th place, surpassing Shifeng Lai and behind Gu Jianghe. Xiao Qianfeng, lifeless sword hero. So he's Xiao Qianfeng, one of the two wanted by the buried Heaven Sword sect a year ago. So the person who came with him should be Zhen Tian sword hero Chu Mu. As the swordsmen's voices fell, Chu Mu had already turned into a ray of light and rushed into the Heavenly Link Sword Pagoda. Hurry up and tell the heaven-burying sword sect about this. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. I don't think the Heaven's Burial Sword sect will be able to do anything to them. So, if you want to fend two powerful swordsmen with limitless futures, you can report to the Heaven's Burial Sword sect. Those true geniuses usually had great luck. It was possible to kill them, but the prerequisite was that one had enough strength. However, many far-sighted swordsmen believed that with the strength of the Burying Heaven Sword sect, it was not possible to kill two geniuses with great luck. Even if they could kill one of them, if one of them escaped, the consequences would be very serious. When they grew up, they would be very terrifying. The entire buried Heaven Sword sect would be destroyed because of this. Those who reported the news would most likely be avenged. Only a fool would put himself in danger for the sake of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Of course, when the forest was big, there would be all kinds of birds. Moreover, only a few were wise and the majority were fools. Therefore, many swordsmen left the Heavenly Link Mountain and rushed towards the Heaven's Burial Sword sect at an extremely fast speed. They were afraid that they would fall behind and not be able to get the high-grade spirit stones. They did not know that before this, someone had already recognized Chu Mu's identity from Xiao Qianfeng and quietly left for the Heaven's Burial Sword sect. For more than a year, Chu Mu had spent most of his time comprehending sword intent and had not experienced many battles. However, with his innate talent for battle, he was growing every day. However, because he had not fought for a long time, Chu Mu needed some time to adapt to his current improvement. Therefore, from the 1st floor to the 10th floor, Chu Mu used 15 minutes to pass. This speed was about the same as when he had first challenged the Heavenly Link Sword Pagoda. What's going on? Zhen Tian Sword Hero, why is Chu Mu's speed so slow? Many swordsmen didn't understand. Following from the 10th level to the 20th level, Chu Mu also used a quarter of an hour to pass through each level. This speed wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. It could only be considered average. Entering the 21st floor, Chu Mu faced 21 powerful, virtual swordsmen that seemed to have appeared out of thin air. These virtual swordsmen were the same as Chu Mu. They all had the sword chi of the peak of the chi high realm and 30% of sword intent. However, their battle talent was the same as before. Battle talent was directly related to the combination and application of one's strength, as well as the ability to improvise. The same strength in the hands of different people with different battle talents would have a completely different effect. The difference could reach the point where one could easily be killed. The moment the 21 powerful virtual swordsmen appeared, Chu Mu turned into a shadow and flew past them. In an instant, the 21 powerful virtual swordsmen's necks were all cut off by the demon-slaying sword. The swordsmen outside the Heavenly Link Sword Pagoda realized that the 21st floor had just lit up. They estimated that it had only taken 3 breaths of time before it dimmed. This made them extremely shocked. Then, the 22nd floor lit up. How is this possible? This is impossible. Is there a problem with the Heavenly Link Sword Pagoda? Everyone was in disbelief. After all, Chu Mu had used 15 minutes to pass each floor. The 21st floor was even more difficult than the previous ones. Yet, he had passed it in less than 3 breaths of time. Was this a dream? Of course, saying that there was a problem with the Heavenly Link Sword Pagoda was a joke. Since ancient times, the Heavenly Link Sword Pagoda had existed for who knows how many years, and there had never been a problem. Xiao Qianfeng was also very surprised. Previously, he had used close to 15 minutes to pass the 21st floor. Compared to junior brother Chu, the difference was like heaven and earth. Entering the 22nd floor, Chu Mu faced 22 powerful virtual swordsmen. Yet, in a short 10 breaths of time, Chu Mu still killed all of these powerful virtual swordsmen. The 23rd floor was cleared in 30 breaths of time. The 24th floor was cleared in 60 breaths of time. The 25th floor was cleared in 100 breaths of time. The 26th floor was cleared in 150 breaths of time. Floor after floor, Chu Mu's speed was extremely shocking. Even Zhu Wudao's first-rate swordsman couldn't compare to him, because at this point, Chu Mu had already fully grasped the strength that he had gained over the past year. He was able to fully utilize it. His strength was astonishing. Not long after, Chu Mu reached the 30th floor. The difficulty of the 30th floor increased exponentially. Chu Mu used the dual sword arts. Desheng's dual sword arts were fully displayed. The reverse air step combined with chop iron and point kill brought out a terrifying destructive power that was unparalleled. In the past year, most of his time had been spent on resisting and comprehending the sword intent. The sword intent was extremely tough and condensed. It surpassed the sword intent of a normal swordsman. His cultivation base had also reached the peak of the Chi-Hai realm. Therefore, his improvement in other aspects was just barely satisfactory. Up until now, he had only scratched the surface of the reverse air step. But compared to a year ago, he had improved a little. Stepping out of the reverse air step, Chu Mu appeared behind a powerful virtual swordsman. Chop iron and point kill instantly killed 2 virtual swordsmen. About 15 minutes later, Chu Mu had killed the 30th virtual swordsman. He had fully recovered and entered the 31st floor. 31st floor, so powerful. His last record was the 30th floor. In the past year, his strength has increased significantly. Will he surpass Gu Jianghe like last time and be ranked 4th? Right now, Gu Jianghe's highest record was the 31st floor, and he was defeated not long after reaching the 31st floor. Junior apprentice brother can definitely surpass the 4th, and even challenge the top 3. Xiao Qianfeng thought to himself. The more time he spent with Chu Mu, the more he felt that Chu Mu was not ordinary. On the 31st floor, before the virtual swordsman appeared, Chu Mu already felt a huge pressure on his body. Then, 31 figures with powerful qi appeared out of thin air. The horrifying sword intent was extremely sharp. It attacked towards Chu Mu as if it wanted to kill him. With a cold shout, Chu Mu attacked first. With both swords in his hands, he drew a sharp arc of light that cut through the air. The virtual swordsman hurriedly raised his sword to block, but the two arcs of light that Chumu drew were like illusions. They directly passed through the swords of two virtual swordsmen and cut through their necks. Their heads flew, instantly killing two virtual swordsmen. The remaining 29 virtual swordsmen reacted instantly and attacked together. Sword light was extremely sharp and engulfed Chumu. In that instant of life and death crisis, Chumu used the reverse air step. His figure disappeared in an instant, leaving behind only an afterimage that was pierced through by the 29 sword light. Chop iron, 2 more dead. Point kill, 1 more dead. The 31st floor of the Heavenly Sword Pagoda gave Chumu too much pressure. He was completely focused, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. In this kind of place, the slightest distraction would result in him being hit. Once he was injured, his overall strength would drop, and he would be easily killed. Kill, kill, kill. Chumu continuously used the reverse air step. The infinite, desolate, sword chi and spiritual energy were greatly consumed. Sweat dripped from his forehead. Of the 31 virtual swordsmen on the 31st floor, more than 20 had already been killed by Chumu. Only 3 were left. Chumu gritted his teeth and his expression became cold. His eyes flashed with a sharp light as he attacked again. By now he had used up too much of his infinite, desolate sword chi and 70% of his spiritual energy. He could only use the reverse air step a few more times. With a flash, he dodged 2 sword light. A sword light pierced towards Chumu's back. Chumu tried his best to move his feet, dodging that sword light. At the same time, he used his 2 swords to execute chop, iron, and point kill. With 2 puchi sounds, under the attacks of slash iron and point kill, 2 powerful virtual swordsmen were killed by Chumu. However, Chumu was also stabbed in the back by a sword light from behind. Fortunately, he did his best to dodge and avoid being hit in the vitals, but a large part of his body was still shattered by the terrifying sword light. With a low shout, Chumu quickly turned around, his 2 swords spinning. The last virtual swordsman was cut into 4 halves and disappeared. Intense pain engulfed his entire body. Chumu lowered his head to look and saw that the left side of his body was missing a large chunk from his chest to his waist. Even his internal organs had disappeared. If it wasn't for his heavenly, desolate sword body's astonishing life force, he probably would have been killed already. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 507. The 31st floor of the Heavenly Sword Tower dimmed, and the 32nd floor lit up. Oh! Sword hero Zhentian passed the 31st floor and entered the 32nd floor. A swordsman suddenly laughed. Then he thought of something, and his face changed drastically. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was filled with disbelief. Like him, almost all the swordsmen present had the same expression. They didn't dare to believe it. Th. Xiao Qianfeng was also extremely shocked. He didn't expect that junior brother Chu could actually pass the 31st floor and enter the 32nd floor. Even if he was killed just after entering the 32nd floor, it was enough to suppress the others and take first place. The swordsmen at the top of the Heavenly Sword Mountain were all shocked. They fell into a deep silence. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. It was louder and louder, as if a gale was howling. Many swordsmen went from being dumbfounded to flushed red. Their blood vessels looked like they were about to burst. They were really too excited. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Some swordsmen took out message talismans from their spatial bracelets in a flurry and lit them up. At the same time, they said a few words. The content was about the Heavenly Sword Tower. Zhen Tian, sword hero Chumu, had passed the 32nd floor. Message talismans weren't omnipotent. They needed some time and even 1 or 2 days to reach distant places. Perhaps by the time those sword sects received the news, Chu Mu would have already left. No matter what, the news that someone had passed the 31st floor of the Heavenly Sword Tower and entered the 32nd floor would definitely stir up a huge storm in the Central Sword region and shake the world. Especially when Chu Mu was a swordsman from a remote place in the Eastern Sword region. The shock would be several times greater. Junior brother Chu will definitely become a super expert on the ancient sword continent in the future. Xiao Qianfeng secretly clenched his fists. He was unusually excited. There wasn't the slightest bit of jealousy in his heart. There was only joy and motivation. Sect leader, this damned fella. This time, we must not let him escape. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. Among the crowd, the sect master of the heaven-burying sword sect, Sword Venerable Heaven-burying, was leading the second elder, third elder, fourth elder, and ninth elder. They were preparing to capture Xiao Qianfeng and Chu Mu the moment they left the heaven-piercing mountain. Because they had kept a low profile and all the swordsmen's attention was on Chu Mu, no one had noticed their arrival. Yes, no matter how talented he is, he's no match for us now. If the situation changes later, just kill him. There's no need to capture him. Venerable Zongtian sent a message to the 4 elders. When they thought about how Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng would disappear without a trace like last time, making it impossible for them to find them, and how they would return to take revenge after breaking through and becoming stronger, they couldn't help but shudder. If it wasn't for the fact that they were worried about the survival of the entire Heaven Burial Sword sect, they would have directly attacked here and killed Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng. Chu Mu didn't know anything about the outside world. Right now, he was facing 32 powerful virtual swordsmen, and he was under great pressure. Just like before, Chu Mu took the initiative to attack the moment the 32 powerful virtual swordsmen appeared and killed 2 of them. However, after that, the 30 powerful virtual swordsmen were extremely terrifying. After a fierce battle, Chu Mu still couldn't kill a single one of them. The 30 sword light were extremely sharp. They seemed indeterminate, but in fact, all of them were locked onto Chu Mu. Even if Chu Mu used the inverse space step, it was still very difficult for him to dodge. With a puffed sound, his sleeves were torn apart by a sword light revealing his arms. While Chu Mu was constantly dodging, he also used his 2 swords to block again and again. He might be able to kill several powerful virtual swordsmen at once by using the moon slashing sword, but the consequence was that he would be besieged by sword skills as powerful as the moon slashing sword and instantly shattered. Chu Mu's eyes were filled with endless sword light. Every single one of them could kill him. Facing the powerful pressure, Chu Mu once again entered the ethereal state. Everything around him was clearly perceived by him. Although the Flying Swan illusory steps still had the same name, it had already surpassed the original Flying Swan illusory steps in essence. It had become even more profound and unpredictable. The perfect state of reality was completely combined with the current Flying Swan illusory steps. The essence of the state of reality was vividly displayed. Chu Mu blocked a sword light with 1 sword. The other sword pierced through the heart of the virtual swordsman in front of him from an unbelievable angle, killing him. At the same time, Chu Mu couldn't dodge in time. A sword light sliced open his long robe. He was just a hair away from being cut in half at the waist. Without the slightest bit of surprise, Chu Mu's face was as cold as water. He continued to dodge and block, looking for the best opportunity to strike. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. However, Chu Mu had only killed 4 powerful virtual swordsmen. There were still 28 left. Outside the Heavenly Sword Tower, everyone raised their heads and stared at the 32nd level of the Heavenly Sword Tower. It was as if they had forgotten to breathe. Without a doubt, Chu Mu was definitely in first place. What everyone wanted to know was how long Chu Mu could last on the 32nd level. They even wanted to know if he could pass the 32nd level and enter the 33rd level. Since the inception of the Heavenly Sword Tower, no one had been able to reach the 33rd level. Even the 32nd level was extremely rare. Every one of them would be famous for eternity. The 5th, Chu Mu's forehead was covered in sweat. His eyes were solemn. The 6th, most of Chu Mu's long robe had been torn apart. The 7th, Chu Mu's face was slightly pale. His breathing began to become chaotic. Logically speaking, the 32nd level only had one more virtual swordsman than the 31st level. However, Chu Mu had already killed 2 at the start, so there were only 30 virtual swordsmen left. It was equivalent to the 30th level. Moreover, the combat talent of each virtual swordsman was fixed. There was no improvement. However, for some reason, Chu Mu felt an immense pressure. This pressure was not something he could feel on the 30th or 31st level. It was several times greater than the 31st level. Even now, there were still 25 powerful virtual swordsmen left. They still brought great pressure to Chu Mu. It was greater than the 31st level. This situation made Chu Mu realize that he could forget about passing the 32nd level. However, he still wanted to challenge his limits and see how many powerful virtual swordsmen he could kill. The 8th, Chu Mu's back was injured by a sword light. A wound opened up and blood dripped out. The 9th, Chu Mu's chest was cut by 2 sword lights. The wound was deep and blood spurted out. The 10th, there was another wound on Chu Mu's body. The 11th, Chu Mu's left leg was cut off. Intense pain spread throughout his body, but he still managed to dodge with his extraordinary willpower. The 12th, Chu Mu's left hand was cut off, and only his right hand was left holding the demon-slaying sword. The 13th, a sword light was extremely sharp. It cut through Chu Mu's waist. Chu Mu had no chance to dodge at all. The terrifying pain made Chu Mu's vision turn black. Several sword lights came at him again. Chu Mu knew that he had been cut in half at the waist. There was no way for him to dodge. Next, he would be killed by these sword lights. Before he died, he had to drag a few more down with him. Murderous intent exploded in his eyes. Chu Mu's sword slashed out even faster. A 10-meter-long, dark, golden crescent moon pierced through the air. The crescent moon instantly shattered the sword light. Immediately after, it killed the 5 virtual swordsmen that couldn't dodge in time. In the next moment, when Chu Mu's vision became blurry, he could only vaguely see over a dozen dazzling sword lights of different colors tearing apart the heavens and earth. They swept towards him from all directions. That aura directly caused Chu Mu's body to collapse. 18. Chu Mu killed a total of 18 powerful virtual swordsmen before he was defeated and sent out of the Heavenly Sword Tower. The ranking of the Heavenly Sword Tower was related to the number of floors. But if they were on the same floor, it was related to the number of virtual swordsmen killed. For example, Zhong Qingtian, Zhu Wudao, Yan Juyo, and Gu Jianghe had all reached the 31st floor. But the number of virtual swordsmen they killed was different, which led to the difference in their rankings. Without a doubt, Chu Mu's name shone brightly. He rushed to first place in an instant, pushing Zhong Qingtian down. He reached the top. Chu Mu could clearly feel the changes in his body. It wasn't a change in strength, but in his mind. It seemed to be a sublimation. He felt that his 5 senses were sharper, and his mind power seemed to be more resilient. He didn't know if it was an illusion. On the 32nd floor, I killed 18 powerful virtual swordsmen. This is my limit now. Chu Mu turned back to look at the Heavenly Sword Tower. His eyes became deep and distant. He thought to himself, even if I challenge the Heavenly Sword Tower a few more times, this result won't change. At most, I'll kill another virtual swordsman. That's all. Everything had a limit. No matter how talented a swordsman was, there was still a limit. Even if Chu Mu wasn't at his limit now, he couldn't fully unleash his strength due to his lack of basic strength. Chu Mu was very clear that unless he completely condensed his sword soul, there would be a leap in his strength. When that time came, he would definitely be able to achieve a better result in the Heavenly Sword Tower. But now, Chu Mu was very confident that his result wouldn't be surpassed in a short period of time. As for being surpassed in the future, that was a matter for the future, because he had already broken through. What he wanted was to reach the top, to sublimate his mind and soul, and then break through. That was all. Now that he had achieved his goal, it was time to leave. He prepared to find a place to condense his sword soul, and then break through to the 9th transformation realm. He would pass the 9th transformation realm in the shortest time possible and reach the origin realm. He would become an origin realm expert. Thinking of this, Chu Mu couldn't help but feel a little excited. The origin realm was a realm that he had heard of long ago. Now he was finally about to break through to the origin realm. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 508. Junior Brother Chu. Xiao Qianfeng said and gave him a thumbs up. Senior brother, it seems like we're being watched. Chu Mu smiled. As soon as he left the Heavenly Sword Pagoda and appeared here, he felt a few malicious gazes locking onto him. Burying Heaven's Sword Sect. Xiao Qianfeng smiled coldly. Junior brother, I still have one chance to return to the lifeless Sword Path inheritance ground. I'm preparing to pass the 9th transformation realm there and come out after reaching the origin realm. Don't worry, senior brother. I also have my own place to go. Let's meet here after we reach the origin realm, Chu Mu said. Xiao Qianfeng nodded and a gray sword token appeared in his hand. He crushed the gray sword token and a gray airflow swept out like a curtain of water covering his body. In the next moment, Xiao Qianfeng was compressed into a gray light spot and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Why did Xiao Qianfeng suddenly disappear? Venerable Zhang Tian and the 4 elders of the Burying Heaven Sword sect were stunned and furious. Get ready. Chu Mu can't be allowed to escape. Venerable Zhang Tian's face was extremely gloomy as he stared at Chu Mu. He was worried that Chu Mu would suddenly disappear like Xiao Qianfeng. Chu Mu smiled and walked step by step to the edge of the Heavenly Sword Peak as if he was admiring flowers in his own backyard. As he walked, he attracted the attention of countless people. Venerable Zhang Tian and the 4 elders followed and locked onto Chu Mu with their powerful auras. If Chu Mu's sword intent hadn't reached 30%, his legs would have gone weak under the pressure of the other party's aura. Even now he was under great pressure. Senior Sword of Gojoseon, I'm counting on you this time. Chu Mu transmitted his voice. All right, the Jura Sword of Gojoseon replied, making Chu Mu feel at ease. When he reached the edge of the Tongtian Peak, Chu Mu suddenly turned around and looked at Venerable Zhang Tian and the 4 elders with a strange smile on his face. Gentlemen, you don't have to see me off. I'll pay a visit to the Buried Heaven Sword sect in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of sword chi wings appeared on Chu Mu's back. Using a secret technique, he soared into the sky. With a whoosh, he traveled 1,000 meters in one breath. Chase! Venerable Zhang Tian and the 4 Origin Realm Elders all roared and accelerated at full speed. Boom, 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 boom. Countless shattered rocks were sent flying. 5 more holes appeared on Tongtian Mountain. The 5 of them turned into 5 streams of light and chased after Chu Mu at supersonic speed. Venerable Zhang Tian possessed the strength of an ordinary sword venerable. The other 4 elders, with the exception of the 9th elder, all had profound cultivation bases. Their speed was unbelievably fast, even faster than Chu Mu's soaring into the sky secret technique. In just 3 breaths' time, Venerable Zhang Tian had already caught up with Chu Mu. He stretched his hand forward, and a huge sword chi condensed from sword chi whizzed from behind. The majestic and sharp aura firmly locked onto Chu Mu like a mountain. The heavy pressure on Chu Mu caused his body to sink and his speed to drop by more than half. In the blink of an eye, Venerable Zongtian's sword origin hand had already covered Chu Mu. His 5 fingers were rapidly closing. In just 1/100th of a second, the sword origin hand would capture Chu Mu and turn him into a prisoner. Suddenly, with a loud bang, an incomparably terrifying aura burst out from Chu Mu's body and shattered the sword chi hand. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu seemed to have turned into a burning meteor. He shot forward at a speed dozens of times faster than before. In just 3 breaths' time, he disappeared from Venerable Zongtian's sight. What's going on? Venerable Zongtian stopped and floated in the air. His face was extremely gloomy as he stared at the direction where Chu Mu disappeared. He was extremely puzzled. He was just a peak chi high swordsman. How could he burst out such a powerful aura in an instant? It even made Venerable Zongtian tremble. The 4 elders quickly caught up with him from behind. Sect Master, what's going on? Sect Master, where is he? He escaped, Venerable Zongtian said gloomily. Escaped? How could that be? He's just a chi high swordsman. How could he escape? Elder Ju screamed in disbelief. Immediately, he felt a chill run down his spine. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead as he waved his hand and explained. Sect Master, that's not what I meant. I meant that this Chu Mu is just a chi high swordsman. Could it be that he has some special skills? Humph. Venerable Zongtian glanced at Elder Zhou coldly and left without saying a word. Elder Zhou wiped off his cold sweat. Venerable Zongtian was temperamental and hated it when people questioned him. Let's go. The other 3 elders' faces were also not looking good. This time, they failed to stop Xiao Qianfeng and Chu Mu. The next time they meet them, it would most likely be when they break through to the origin realm. For geniuses like them, once they break through to the origin realm, their strength would definitely increase by 10s or even 100s of times. With their sword origin cultivation, they would definitely be able to fight against a normal origin realm swordsman or even a Deshang swordsman. If they were given more time, it would not be impossible for them to have the strength of a sword revered. At that time, it would be the end of the buried heaven sword sect. The elders' minds started to become active as they prepared their future plans. After shaking off Venerable Zongtian, Chu Mu's speed finally slowed down. The lightning-fast speed just now made his blood boil and his face turn red from excitement. Senior Sword of Gojosian, thank you for your help. After a few breaths, Chu Mu calmed down and said, From the moment you decided to go to the Heavenly Sword Tower, you must have thought of the consequences. The Azura Sword of Gojosian said lightly, Senior is still the most thorough. Chu Mu admitted with a laugh after his thoughts were seen through. Find a secret place and prepare to condense the sword soul. The Azura Sword of Gojosian said indifferently. 1 day later, Chu Mu once again occupied the cave of a mid-level super-rank demonic beast. As for that demonic beast, it naturally became a dead soul under Chu Mu's sword. This time, because it was extremely important to condense the sword soul, Chu Mu did his best to perfect the preliminary work. The entrance of the cave was sealed with rocks one after another. Even the passage was sealed with rocks. In order to prevent any accidents, the Azura Sword of Gojosian even left a sword intent on the rocks that sealed the entrance. Even a sword of Gojosian wouldn't be able to break through, unless one had the strength of the sword of Gojosian. The sword of Gojosian wasn't a cabbage that could be found anywhere. Every sword of Gojosian wasn't young, and most of the time they were in closed-door cultivation to comprehend the sword Tao. All right, now, take out 36 supreme-grade spiritual stones and the sword soul spiritual root. In the dry cave, the Azura Sword of Gojosian said, the value of supreme-grade spiritual stones was much higher than that of high-grade spiritual stones. Even with Chu Mu's wealth that far exceeded that of an ordinary Sword of Gojosian, he could only take out 40 of them. Fortunately, the Azura sword of Gojoseon only asked for 36. As soon as the 36 supreme-grade spiritual stones appeared, the Azura sword of Gojoseon gently pointed its finger. One by one, the spiritual stones shot out and embedded themselves into the dry cave floor. Chu Mu discovered that the 36 supreme-grade spiritual stones were embedded in a very orderly manner. There was a special fluctuation contained within. The ancient technique that I obtained to condense a sword soul is called the Heaven Spirit Condensing Art. It requires 36 spiritual stones as the foundation. In ancient times, it used king-grade spiritual stones. However, I'm only a soul right now and can't take out any king-grade spiritual stones. You don't have any either, so I modified it to use supreme-grade spiritual stones. The Azura Sword King explained, with 36 supreme-grade spirit stones as the foundation, the Sword Soul Root as the primer, and the Heavenly Dipper Soul Condensation Great Art, the Sword Soul Condensation Art will combine the soul in one soul with the sword intent to condense the sword soul. Now, I'll impart the Heaven Spirit Condensing Art to you. You can try it out first. With your perception, it won't take long for you to grasp it. As the Azura sword of Gojoseon spoke, it pointed its finger at Chu Mu's forehead. Chu Mu could only feel pieces of information beginning to appear in his mind. He read the information and began to focus on comprehending the Heaven Spirit Condensing Art from ancient times. The Big Dipper Soul congealing technique was extremely intricate. With Chu Mu's perception, it was impossible for him to comprehend it in a short period of time. After a full 2 hours, Chu Mu finally comprehended the Big Dipper Soul congealing technique and understood how to use it. What a wonderful secret art! Chu Mu exclaimed. It turned out that when one sword intent was not complete to condense a sword soul, one must have the help of others. Moreover, the helper must already have a sword soul. Understanding this point, Chu Mu understood that if he wanted to successfully condense a sword soul, it was impossible to rely on him alone. He also needed the help of the Azura sword of Gojoseon. Since you have fully comprehended the Heaven Spirit Condensing Art, now, adjust your state to the peak and then begin to condense a sword soul. The Azura sword of Gojoseon said. Okay. Nodding, Chu Mu closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, allowing his essence, energy, and spirit to reach the peak. After a quarter of an hour, Chu Mu finished adjusting his breathing and nodded to the Azura sword of Gojoseon. Rise. With a low shout, the Azura sword of Gojoseon instantly flicked out a sword essence. The sword essence split into 36 rays and hit the 36 top-grade spirit stones. In an instant, the 36 top-grade spirit stones released a strong light, rushed into the sky, and gathered above Chu Mu's head, circling. Fall! The Azura sword of Gojoseon shouted again, one finger swiping down, and the light above Chu Mu's head shot down and instantly disappeared into the top of Chu Mu's head. Chu Mu's body shook, and an indescribable feeling spread throughout his body. Then he felt as if his body had disappeared, leaving only his soul and sword intent. The Heaven Spirit Condensing Art mentioned this situation. Chu Mu immediately mobilized his spiritual force and operated it in the same way as the Heaven Spirit Condensing Art. His spiritual force merged with the falling light, and Chu Mu controlled the light to quickly swim in his spiritual world, beginning to swallow the 30% sword intent. This process was not difficult, but it would take some time. After a while, the 30% sword intent was completely swallowed by the light and merged with it. The Azura sword of Gojoseon stared at Chu Mu, as if he could see everything that was happening in Chu Mu's spiritual world. Subsequently, he picked up the sword soul spiritual root that he had placed at the side and pointed at it. As he drew it out, a gray shadow was drawn out from the sword soul spiritual root. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 509. Inside the dry cave, The bright light illuminated the dark cave. After the Shura sword of Gojosian drew out the gray shadow from the middle grade sword soul spiritual root, it shot toward Chu Mu. In the blink of an eye, it shot into Chu Mu's glabella and disappeared. In Chu Mu's spiritual world, a gray shadow appeared and quickly wandered around in the spiritual world. This gray shadow constantly emitted a kind of soul-like fluctuation with pure sword intent. Chu Mu immediately knew that it was the power of the sword soul spiritual root. Without the slightest panic, Chu Mu controlled the light in his spiritual world according to the celestial spirit consolidation technique and quickly chased after the gray shadow. The gray shadow was extremely fast and agile, but this was Chu Mu's spiritual world. In a few moments, Chu Mu's consciousness controlled the light to catch up with the gray shadow and swallowed it as if it was swallowing the sword intent. The Shura sword of Gojosian seemed to be able to feel the changes in Chu Mu's spiritual world. A faint smile appeared on its serious face as it said, "I can only help you up to this point. The condensation of the sword soul will depend on you from now on." Chu Mu did not hear the Shura sword of Gojosian's words, but he also knew that he had to rely on himself from now on. The Shura sword of Gojosian's assistance to him had ended. "Condense!" A fierce shout sounded in his mind. Chu Mu's consciousness was extremely condensed as he controlled the spiritual world to turn into a gray light and began to compress. This was the most important step in the condensation of the sword soul. Everything before was in preparation for the step. This step could not be helped by outsiders. He could only rely on himself to complete it with the strong spiritual power and will brought by his strong soul. Not daring to relax, Chu Mu's spiritual power was like a rope stretched to the limit and could break at any time. Condensing the sword soul before the sword intent was complete was like walking on a tightrope on a cliff. The slightest mistake would cause him to fall off the cliff and die without a burial place. However, the Shura sword of Gojosian did not have the slightest bit of worry on its face. Instead, it revealed a faint smile and was very confident in Chu Mu. Chu Mu's growth was all seen by the Shura sword of Gojosian. Apart from Chu Mu himself, only the Shura sword of Gojosian knew his talent, spirit, and will. Even things that Chu Mu himself did not know, the Shura sword of Gojosian was clear to him. Of Gojosian success, rate of Gojosian success of Gojosians, Gojosian of Gojosefs. If he couldn't even condense a sword soul with an 80% success rate, he might as well go home and plant sweet potatoes. Gagagals of Gol. In his spiritual world, Chu Mu let out explosive roars. Every roar was like a thunderclap, rumbling with shocking power. Under his strong spiritual power and fearsome will, the grayish-white light was compressed bit by bit. The smaller it was, the more difficult it was to compress it. Green veins protruded on Chu Mu's forehead like squirming earthworms, looking unusually ferocious. In his spiritual world, the grayish-white light had been compressed to the limit by Chu Mu, and it could not be compressed any further. With the first step completed, the second step, which was also the last step, was about to begin. All of a sudden, Chu Mu felt powerless. He knew that this powerlessness was because he had consumed too much of his spiritual power, but he dared not relax at all. Instead, he kept strengthening it. He clenched his teeth so hard that blood seeped out from the gaps between his teeth, and a bloody smell spread in his mouth. The second step was to compress and sculpt the grayish-white light into the shape of a sword. As time passed, more and more green veins appeared on Chu Mu's face. He was dripping with sweat, and his robe was almost soaked. However, Chu Mu did not feel anything. All of his spiritual power and were used to condense the sword soul. It should be done soon. The Azura sword of Gojosian muttered to himself. Condense. After 3 breaths, Chu Mu roared. In his spiritual world, the grayish-white light which already had the shape of a sword, was instantly compressed by a huge force, as if it was being hammered by a huge hammer. The last step. With a boom, Chu Mu felt a terrifying sound explode from the grayish-white, sword-shaped light. It was as if thunder had exploded in his spiritual world at the beginning of the world. It shattered Chu Mu's will and instantly became chaotic and unconscious. It was as if his spiritual world had also shattered. It was as long as thousands of years, as if he had slept for countless years. Chu Mu's will once again condensed. When he regained his consciousness, he was immediately shocked. His spiritual world had actually more than doubled in size and became even wider. The size of one's spiritual world was clearly related to the strength of one's spiritual power. Doubling the size of one's spiritual world meant that Chu Mu's spiritual power had more than doubled. In the center of his spiritual world, there was a strange sword floating. This sword was pale white and almost transparent. It did not seem to have a hilt, only a part of the sword. A cold light, like lightning, was rapidly moving around on the sword, emitting an astonishingly sharp aura. Chu Mu was overjoyed. He knew that this was the so-called sword soul. That cold light, like lightning, was his 30% sword intent. In addition to the sword soul, there was a dark golden light, like a sharp sword, moving around on the left. It had an astonishingly sharp aura, which was the concept of tearing. On the right, there was a cloud-like thing, which was unpredictable, which was the concept of illusion and reality. There was also a meteorite-like sword essence, which was also floating in the spiritual world. When his consciousness returned to his body, Chu Mu felt the sweet taste in his mouth and the feeling of his robe being soaked in sweat. He directly ignored this uncomfortable feeling because he felt that the outside world had become different. There were no words to describe this feeling. It was as if he had come into contact with a higher level of knowledge and understood more mysteries. He also had a strange feeling. It was as if there was a fundamental difference between the current 30% sword intent and the previous 30% sword intent. It was as if the 30% sword intent now could easily defeat the 30% sword intent before. It was like comparing a building with a solid foundation to a building without a solid foundation. Not bad. Your sword's soul has been condensed. The Shura sword of Gojoseon's face revealed a slight smile. However, this is only the embryonic form of the sword soul. It is not the real sword soul yet. Embryonic form of the sword soul? Chu Mu was stunned. That's right. The sword of Gojoseon is the symbol of the sword of Gojoseon. It is not that easy to obtain. However, you now have the embryonic form of the sword soul. As long as your sword intent continues to improve, until it is complete, and when your realm reaches the God-condensing realm, you will be able to obtain the real sword soul and become a sword of Gojoseon in one fell swoop. The Shura sword of Gojoseon explained. I see. Chu Mu thought for a bit and understood. Although it was not the real sword soul and was only the embryonic form of the sword soul, it was already very good. Compared to the other genius swordsmen, Chu Mu was already a big step ahead of them. The so-called God-condensing realm was the name of a swordsman's cultivation realm. The realm after the origin realm was the God-condensing realm. When a swordsman reached the later stages of his cultivation, every step of improvement would become very difficult. Especially when it came to advancing between major realms, it was even more difficult. The difference in strength between each minor realm was very obvious. Since ancient times, countless swordsmen at the peak of the complete origin realm were unable to break through to the God-condensing realm in their entire lives, and died of depression at the end of their lives. The fact that Chu Mu was able to obtain the embryonic form of the sword soul meant that as long as his cultivation level was high enough, he would be able to break through to the God-condensing realm and become a sword of Gojoseon. Suddenly enlightened, Chu Mu laughed heartily. Now that you have the embryonic form of the sword soul, your sword intent is no longer a rootless duckweed. The power of a 30% sword intent is completely comparable to a 40% sword intent of a swordsman without the embryonic form of the sword soul. Moreover, because of the embryonic form of the sword soul, even if you don't use sword chi, you will still be able to display the power of sword intent. You will also be able to use sword intent to display the power of sword chi, exploding the power of conception and the power of the seismic energy at the same time. The Shura sword of Gojoseon explained. Chu Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. Sword chi was an extremely important foundation for a swordsman. All the power of sword intent and conception had to be supported by sword chi. Otherwise, without sword chi, the power of sword intent and conception would be limited. Being able to display 50% of their power was already very good. Now that he had the embryonic form of the sword soul, he could avoid this situation. This meant that Chu Mu's strength had not decreased at all. Instead, it had increased quite a bit compared to before. It was no wonder that the true genius swordsmen in the ancient times did not need to go into seclusion after breaking through to the 9th transformation realm. Instead, they would travel outside, with the embryonic form of the sword soul and other means. Even if they encountered an origin realm swordsman, they would still be able to escape. Now that you have successfully condensed the embryonic form of the sword soul, your accumulation has reached its limit. If you continue to delay, it will only be a waste of time. Why don't you break through to the 9th transformation realm right here and then leave according to your previous plan? The Shura sword of Gojoseon suggested. All right. Chu Mu thought for a while and nodded. The Shura sword of Gojoseon went back into the small dark red sword. Chu Mu took out a set of dry clothes and quickly changed into them. He threw the clothes that were soaked in sweat to the side, and after moving a little, he sat down cross-legged again. Breaking through to the 9th transformation realm from the peak of the Chi-Hai realm could be said to be difficult, but it could also be said to be easy. The key was accumulation. If one did not have enough accumulation, they could still break through. However, it would take more time and more pain. If one had enough accumulation, breaking through would be a matter of course. Chu Mu moved the sky desolation, sword chi again and again. After one full cycle after another, the 99th full cycle was completed. The 100th full cycle began. When the 100th full cycle began, a thunderous sound came from within Chu Mu's body. It was as if 10,000 thunders were descending. After the 100th full cycle was completed, the sky desolation sword chi paused as if it was frozen. Following that, a loud sound that was as loud as the mountains collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. A mighty power surged through Chu Mu's body. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation.